Okay. The stream is up. Hey, now I can hear myself. Let's refresh this. Let's refresh this. Then we click this. And we're all set to go. All along, you're facing twilight on and on, without a clue, without a sign. I'm grasping it. Real question to be asked. Where have I been? Thank you for the follow, Scarface. Now out of nowhere, huh? Okay. I think it is time we go and do the thing. Clear 8.53, clear 8.51, 8.54, and then bonus units. Yeah. A bunch of stuff. Stages, please. The family hierarchy proof. Alright, I'll have to read all this. The hall was chill with a tense air, and those present all sat in complete silence. Then there was Kayun-chun, with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer. And at the center of it all sat Kaji-chun, unsure of what to say next. Well, everyone, Kayun-chun seated next to the hierarch seat upon which Ji-chun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Honored heads of the houses, lords of each family, their proxies, members, and she nods slightly, acknowledging our awkward presence, and little Ji-chun's guests, whose stay here at our age group seems to be extending without foreseeable end. Isn't she technically from Q Corp? What's up with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that? Our age group? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous, especially with Kaji-chun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly she is using this pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. As we're all aware, Venerable former Kamu has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of the greatest import, the momentousness of which steered the very course of H-Corp's prospects. Even after I departed the family for Q-Corp, Venerable former Kamu has always written missives to confer such matters with me. Something about it smelled suspicious, but we'd already missed the window to challenge her to present us with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the Venerable Kamu's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H-Corp. What a grandiose and self-important introduction. It seemed clear to me that she considered herself to be the main character of this scene, or something. Her grace certainly befits your station, Lady Yun-chun. We're all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hung Yuan, despite your already saturated schedule. We can hardly thank you for your magnanimity, Lady Yunchun. Ah, my parents, a true shame that they couldn't be here, have always sung praises of your expertise, Lady Yunchun. Responses from the participants are just as protracted, only obsequious instead of arrogant. As heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consulting with the forces foreign to Hongyuan. Their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom we had the pleasure of meeting during the family hierarchy war. Very well, then shall we welcome Kajichun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Hongyuan's family hierarchy. Greetings, Now let's begin. For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H-Corp. Kajichun's expression immediately sours as Yunchun unceremoniously cuts off her self-introduction. Can I speak, bruv? First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of the new major policy items that have been tabled for far too long. Distributive contribution rights, auctioning policy, quarterly amnesty policy. Is this where Jichun just goes in and says, fuck you, I'm talking? Hold on, big sister Yunchun. Passing the distributive contribution rights auctioning policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before reconstruction days, and the quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantage to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Kajichun stutters a little, flustered, before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H-Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies were pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of a select few families and high-ranking officials of H-Corp. If I may, venerable hierarch, lining the pockets? That is quite an odd term of phrase to refer to the bare minimum of respect a society might repay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? Before we continue, Jichun, I'm not entirely certain if you're aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family hierarch, the perceived value of Hongyuan has been racing to the, for the lack of the better word, rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hongyuan's concern and its lack of faith in the new appointed family hierarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation freefall and restore prosperity and greatness to Hongyuan once again. Yeah, okay, and that's the family hierarch's job, right? Why are you... If you had perused H-Corp's articles of association, you would have known that should H-Corp be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the four great houses and the board of directors' voice may also carry de facto power in the assembly. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in a state of crisis. State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family hierarch war was legitimate down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander are tanking our value, which we have built up assiduously through years upon years of toil. So what is this, if not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarch's qualities when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? Kayun-chun was somehow turning the room against Jichun without presenting a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who is single-handedly tanking H-Corp's value. No one in the assembly, not a single representative from any families present, stepped up to point out how Kajichun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Hongyuan's front yard, or how she deftly maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within Dagyuan Yuan. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension despite her relative inexperience, but everyone at Hongyuan's board of directors, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all of that had somehow inconceivably slipped their minds. So you take yourself to be a qualified individual for that responsibility, Jichun? Very well, then proceed. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years' quarterly net revenue records for Hongyuan's singularity-related businesses, your calculations on the next year's fiscal debt forecasts, and the exact recipe and variation numbers for the boluses that have been registered in the last 5 years. That's a... The Venerable Hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You must be all aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. We're still indexing all available materials to... Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Hongyuan has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Hongyuan's historical statistics. Oh, you bitch! Of course, she doesn't have the fucking worm in her. She doesn't remember any of this. Okay, and Chun must have known all along too. She must have known that the previous family hierarchs were all directly supplied with an immense repository of information through the Zhuanghong worm or something of the equivalent. Yep. And she's using it to target Jichun's weakness, knowingly asking questions she, the first family hierarch without an Amna worm, couldn't possibly answer. The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of the hierarch, Kamu, are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the wing to someone who is evidently unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to call the vote over the motion of no confidence. The motion of no confidence? A motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from the office. So they're going after Jichun's power. So this is the picture Kai Yuan-chun wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarch, stammering and stumbling through her first meeting to the total and near unanimous lack of support from the H-Corp's board of directors. Whatever jargon they're on about, seems to me they've got not an ounce of respect for the last or us. Never trust twats, overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first ones to kick you out the moment they no longer see you as useful. You're not the only one who's pissed off, so can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Don't need to make a frustration any more obvious, you know. My ass would have left the chair long ago if it wasn't for this loss. In H-Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family hierarch's powers will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Oh, so they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is some needlessly convoluted way to... The assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against family hierarch Kajichun to the floor? The vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly. No objections, no objections, no... The rest of the previous family heads seems to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power were more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to solely be interested in staying in Ka Yunchun's good graces. New faces, same old. And needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. 'Tis far too vexing to simply watch and do not. Right? I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. They're walking all over Jichun like she's not even here. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm not going to hesitate to make myself heard again. This time, I want to be courageous. With your help, Don Quixote. Come on, let's do this together. Okay? Very well. I'm in agreement. Yeah, then, let's go on 3 at the same time. If there are no objections... 2... Here! Objection! Bloody hell! Have you all gone mental? Sinclair stood tall, at the center of the entire room, undivided astonishment alone. Huh? Don Quixote, still firmly in his seat, gazed upon Sinclair, proud stand, and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast devolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become, with such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. Fucking goddamn it, Dawn. You. Certainly, mine efforts have finally borne fruit. What? What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff suddenly rub off on you or something? Wait, no. What happened here, Don Quixote? What happened to objecting together? Huh? And taking thy suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels, borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze and the Department of LLC. LCC, I mean. The disputes in succession of power on such a high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash grandstanding. Wouldst thou not agree? Don, what the fuck are you doing? And listen, I hate Sinclair, but I feel bad because that's just betrayal. Why, you normal all of a sudden? Lad, what just happened? What happened to the clammy meek boy? Well, that's... And too late, because now he's gonna get asked what the fuck do you object to it? I guess I just assume that this is how Limbus Company rolls now. And there she is. There seems to have been an unexpected outburst from Shichun's guests. Withdraw your objection and we'll consider this a momentary loss of control and not enter as an official statement. It was, Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her abilities, so please I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Chichun demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of the family hierarchy? His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't, and how could anyone? How could anyone when we all had a very clear view of her path to ascension? During the family hierarchy evaluation, Kabu donated the coins he received from Kachu to you. Essentially, you pity-partied your way to victory. Pity-partied? And for your ascension? Kachu and those outsiders from an upstart company had to almost literally carry you to the seat. Has there even been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? But have we not all been witnesses to the quality she exhibited during the family hierarchy evaluation and her own ascension? You must have no shame snaking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unfitting buffoon. That's when quiet, even footsteps broke through Kaiyuan Chun's merciless dismantling of Kajichun. Yet, I see the point. The hierarch with her grace needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak, but proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement coming from the fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I could only presume from your verbosity that the right to speak in this forum was open to all outsiders. You have said it yourself, no? That the vote on the no-confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarchy war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very well. A fair challenge between clans, which would preclude the participation of family hierarchs, Heishopax, and Jialan gods. So you would remove her Pao and Ju before the game even begins. Why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both the academia and martial arts, if such is the case? What audacity! Do you truly have that much faith in Kajichun's abilities? You must know the consequences of failing these matches now. It would be a unanimous one-sided end to the vote of no confidence, and naturally, any and all rights appertaining to the family hierarchy shall be transferred to the board of directors. That is fine by us. You are free to choose any champion who you seem fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. But in the midst of the confused, flabbergasted silence from the other sinners, a clear, carefree, yet defiant voice rings out. Hung Lu's retort. Hey, Eclipsed, welcome. Screw Kaiyuan Chun, I want her hanged. Yeah, she is quite a bitch. Indeed she is. So, how's it going? Been a few days. Couldn't really, do the whole streaming shtick. That's not true at all, big sister Yunchun. We actually have just as much confidence as Jichun as she does. His wide eyes stared directly and unblinkingly into Kai Yunchun. Going good. Well, that's great. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Impudent child. How dare you? Then you're welcome to try. 1 month. You have but 1 month to prove before all an audience that she is, indeed, fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance would be no different from those that the traitors are facing. Wouldn't you agree? Well then, we will excuse ourselves now. Wait up. Zhigon turns around towards us with that same mysterious smile and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. We may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family hierarch. A month is a time too brief for drastic improvement, regardless of for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take, not to mention the official channels through which you might bring them past Dang Yuan's walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent now and relinquish but a part of your powers as a family hierarch to the board of directors? It seems that this fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. I fucking love Zhigong. Oh, she's awesome. My lord has spoken in the past that when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Gajachun's masters, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. I mean, she is cool, but Zilu is way better. Like, I've seen the pictures of Zilu with, like, in the casual outfit. Ooh. Zhigong gestured confidently towards the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. Here's the thing. The more I see Zilu, the more I wish that Zilu ID was given to Altis, not Faust. If that makes sense. Like, I know they're all Mao, technically, but I feel like it would have suited Altis more. Even just, like, visually. Altis looks more like Zilu than Faust. At least that's the way that I see it. We were planning to train Kajachun anyway, but it seems that we're now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said the LCB was going to help me out, did you guys mean that you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? I wish Zilu was a more permanent character. Zilu, well, I'll see more of her, but Zilu is awesome. I love her. If we discount sinners, right? My 2 favorite characters is Jichun and Zilu. Like, by far. Of course not, Jichun. Big Sister Yunchun's an old snake. You've just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall, to prove the world once and for all that I'm not qualified at all to be the family hierarch. But Jichun, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do, but now... But now? Now, things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right. I'm pretty much locked into this position. Jichun, don't tell me that woman's bullshit actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be just good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of the family hierarch might be too much. Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observation from our previous interaction. The heck, Jichun? I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend to not know who we were, didn't you? Where'd all that confidence go, girl? That actually got under her skin back then, huh? But yeah, I wanted to stream quite a bit, but I got absorbed into a bunch of other games, and yeah, I just kept playing and playing, and like I couldn't stream during the day because the neighbors are doing renovations, so those are not exactly the pleasant time to be, doing the whole streaming shtick. So yeah, I played a lot. I played. So I started playing Destiny Rising. I played Destiny 2 a lot, so I wanted to give it a good enough shot. So I'm probably gonna be playing a lot more of it. I don't know if people would want to see me play it. And I also started Nikkei. Yeah, I started Nikkei today. I got very lucky. Did you see how they already showed the picture teaser for the Arknaz collab? I heard that they announced it, or like showed it a little bit. I haven't actually seen it. You know what, let me go and look it up. Let me go and check it out. Is it this one? Yes. No shit. Huh. Ryoshu is getting an ID? That's not the one that I wanted to look at, but gaze, gaze of contempt, Ryoshu. You're probably happy about that. Okay, let's see this teaser. Oh yeah, and there's the collab. Nice. But yeah, I gotta say, uh, I I start I started Nikkei, right? And mm, what I got in terms of characters is quite literally making me salivate. And I don't know if I can even show any of that on stream. Holy shit. Nikkei is an amazing game. I love it already. But yeah, okay. Let's get back to the game at hand. Back to Limbus. I also want to see what the whole... Oh, right. I never actually finished reading the whole extreme parallel superposition. Um... Uh-huh. Okay, more categories, yes. Adjustments, bugs, and fix. What is the new? Oh yeah, there we go. Mirror of Immortality Extreme. Uh-huh. From what I was told by someone who reads more than me, 15 floors. Oh yeah, up to 15 floors will be unlocked. With the addition of the adversity option, you can increase the difficulty further. The more adversity score you gain, the more starlight and projection you will obtain. 7 new theme packs exclusive to the extreme mode will be added. You will be given an option to enter the parallel extreme mode after clearing the 10th floor. Ah, so it's essentially, do you want to go into further one at floor 5, then do you want to go even further at floor 10? Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense, I suppose. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I finally am gonna get my goddamn ticket. Hopefully. Well, back to the game. So, Jichun, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? If I let it happen, Big Sister Yunchun's going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is the implication that her testaments on her influence were true? Yep, that's true. Before she left for Q Corp, Big Sister Yunchun used to always accompany Camus to these assemblies. If we just let them hold a vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarchy's scope of power. And who knows, they might even call for a re-evaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yunchun, I think her definition of Hong Yuan's prosperity might be different from mine. What she's looking for isn't H-Corp's prosperity, it's Deng Yuan's. And I know that this all has something to do with its ties to Q Corp, which I bet has already been going on for a while just under my radar. I'm sure they've already had plenty of talks behind my back. Which is not the kind of vision you have for a Hong Yuan's future, right? And that's why you spoke up against her. My vision for Hong Yuan is I want to change H Corp to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this, and in only 30 days. Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great, so it's decided then, huh? We just need Fao to deliver the bad news to Sword. So, to summarize, the responsibility of training Jichun to win these matches, these amorphous tests, upon which hinges the family hierarch's fate, and almost every facet of which is entirely under Kai Yuan-chun's control, by the way, and is probably a trap within the next 30 days, is ours. And we have to explain that to Sod. Wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Post-mortem reports have become quite rote. Sometime later. Prithee, thou must impress upon the illustrious red gaze that 'twasn't mine idea this time. Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote as she made her desperate plea towards Sod. Yes, and I understand that as well, for the 8th time. As always, Sod was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which these sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great, then let's give it our best. Sinclair mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah, so let's give it our best. I totally agree, we messed everything up again. Wait, what? Limbus Company was always going to remain here, insist Miss Kajun acclimatize herself to the responsibilities of the family hierarchy. It was always a part of our plan. Well, I'm glad I took Faust's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCB's missions. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incident reports back during the Jacob incident had I known. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he left Zilu and I here to look after the new family hierarch's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Oh, so that's what they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors not by putty in Yuanchun's hands. And that would have led that snake to de facto assume the seat of the family hierarch. Against such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon, the most viable strategy is the most direct one, to challenge her head on. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you needed to prolong your company's stay in the Dangyuan? This is also prime opportunity for Kajicun to further solidify her influence here, depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence. They have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on anyone's parade, but are we not even going to consider what might happen if we fail? No, we are not, because you will not fail. Not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back there when you said that we were all going to teach Kajichun, all 12 of us? I won't object to selecting only a few of us with a better aptitude to be educators. By the way, we already have an established internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Miss Autis, that is a statement mired in narrowed vision rife with factual refractions. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So you must be the one who placed last in the scale. She knows. She knows. Just don't say anything, bud. Best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted then. My lord has said that from the virtuous we may learn to replicate their merits. From the flawed we may learn to avoid their failings, as long as the student is willing to learn. Anyone, anything, can be a teacher. I can't believe she's still salty that Dawn is stronger than her. Autis will always be salty. That's just who she is. She considers herself to be the best, considering she's quite literally the only one who was in the actual military for a long time, outside of Gregor. And Gregor has his own kind of worms. I also, to embrace his teachings, seek from all those who we come across, just what in the heavens are you doing? I'm preparing a lesson plan for young Jachun, a family hierarch. Well, Greg was pretty much forced, so it still stands. I mean, the thing with Greg is that his whole performance is weird right now, considering he's like part bug. That's the issue here. Like, Autis is just human. And plus, Greg isn't exactly the commanding presence that you would want to be. He was forced into it. So, she's probably like the most capable in many regards. Wow, you sure got on that fast. So, what are these yellow wormy things here? Goddammit, music. Ah, 'tis a star! Twinkle, twinkling in its radiance! According to the schedule we have prepared, the student would have -3 hours available for sleep. This lesson plan's execution will require cooperation from T-Corp. Yeah, 'twould be a mistake most fatal indeed. I shall correct it post-haste. Zhigong was staring at Don Quixote's expression of her wild artistic merit upon the curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Wait, is that supposed to Gigon's grimace? Of course. Each to their own, I suppose. I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lesson plans in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Jigon. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I have learned my lesson. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. Nice. So, is this the training montage? Another student. Is this where we see Zilu finally? I see that you have all individually worked on your lesson plans as per Shigon's request. Aw, look at her! Look at her! Look at her! I received a total of 12 lesson plans. Hold on, shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager has decided to spare the precious time to teach a class. Huh? Yeah, I handed in my lesson plan too. That is because... So who didn't do their own homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned around and looked at one of the sinners. Bunny Pin? Ah, yeah, she is. I love her hairstyle that, covers her eye. Heathcliff, of course. It ain't me. Oh, please, at least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could it possibly... It's me. You sink? You've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Well, that's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. Actually, In Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, are these papers? I'm done. Sorry. I got too into making a lesson plan and I just couldn't stop myself from writing. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed the big bundle of sweat-soaked papers into Zilu's hands. And she received it with mild trepidation. You seem to have dedicated quite the momentous effort in drawing this lesson plan. What's up with her? Let's start reviewing from the first of the stack. 108 analytical approaches to aesthetes AAA. What does AAA mean? And how do you plan to explore 100 approaches in a month? Appreciating of artistry and assassinations. Oh. Ryoshu. Fuck you! Went too far. It's not fuck you, it's fucked up, went too far. Right, sorry. Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. What paint did you use? It's quite viscous, and the paper was partially melted. Lady, watch yourself. You almost got some on my arm. A painting? Huh? Zilu? Entrails, coating the world. the fucking confused, flabbergasted Zilu. You know, not that cool super soldier that just did a bunch of great shit. Just her. I love that. It never appears again. Oh. Don't worry. We will see it again someday, sometime. I don't want Zilu to be a one-off character. She'll appear again. Now you know how aesthetes appreciate the artistry of slaughter. Just what the hell did you paint in that paper? Hey, get it together! Zilu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on the paper must have given her quite the shock. My mind wandered for a moment. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson, thus it goes to the discard pile. Weak sauce. Zilu crumpled up the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next. Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Chapter 1. How to shake hands with your left hand when the situation calls for it. Oh, who is socially anxious enough to write up that kind of shit? Because it doesn't matter. Greg. Oh. A professional mercenary assassin, by the way. Imagine what it would do to a normal person. I have a feeling that that paper, that entire document that she threw away, that Ryoshu wrote, is the essence of censored from lobotomy. You know? It's the essence of censored. Chapter 2. Exploration of exclusively long-sleeved fashion and practices. Chapter 3. Projecting confidence and why having a bog arm is totally cool. Greg. We're trying to teach Jichun. That's, you know how it is. Be proud of who you are. All that philosophy stuff. I wanted this lesson to give a bit of a paradigm shift, where we can all come to see our flaws not as failings, but as evidence of our individuality. Which will usher in a world where we can carry on with our lives no matter what kind of arm we have. Discard. Next. Zilo quickly flipped through the pages. Intro to denigrative linguistics, subheading, the power of words, stacks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. My credentials include the ability to dress down an opponent so hard that they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. I have plans for application as well. The lesson teaches methods pertaining to disguising compliments and criticisms and vice versa. All of this seems rather difficult to learn. I have concluded from my hitherto observations that Kajichun is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instruction to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. That's actually perfect for Jichun. Is this a curriculum to make the best brawler or the best family hire academy? Zilu seemed quite interested, but Kajichun's vehement veto eventually overruled this suggestion. On Justice, another impressive title. Subheading: Methodologies of captivating an entire room of preoccupied audience. This got Feel me, wherefore? Next. Praxis of ego splitting concerning intermirror conflict between the self and the reflection, and paradoxically fractured theory of idealism which one attempts to open an opening door to open the door. He's saying the fuck did you write? Utterly incomprehensible, discard. Perhaps Miss Ryoshu's advice to truncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. Like, I love the fact that I can know who wrote it most of the time. I didn't know that Autis's was by Autis, but yeah. Survival and exploration. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. Is this Ishmael? How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have been moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 culprits. Yep. Wait, I forgot to take that part out. And into the shredder it went. When it did, that paper... Wait, when did that paper shredder get hit? That part of using yawning as a cover for poking a cookie or 2 into your mouth, especially useful when getting lectured. Hey, if you get good enough at it, you can do it with do that with nuts too. So it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. Wait, no, what'd you take me for, an amateur? The art of social maneuvers. How to let it flow through you. Flow. Who could it be? The art of social maneuvers. Honglu? I'm trying to think. Maybe? How to not make things awkward when you walk right in on someone bad-mouthing you. It was Honglu. The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. Smiles serve a way of disarming people, giving them pause and making them hesitate. Kajijun. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Dangyunyu and people who hated him. I see. This... I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next, how to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. Marisol? Really? This lesson plan was designed based on Rodian's advice that I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in a family hierarchy. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? It is unique to him. I mean, yeah, bravado from bravery. Who could this be? Heathcliff? I guess. Yeah, I think this is Heathcliff. Jack Shite, sod off and grab your weapons. Ah yes, Zilu said that. Yup, always gotta read the full print. It's my philosophy that reason don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of the family hierarchy qualities, but our focus is not on developing a hierarchy of a syndicate. Next. Information disparity as a driver of an inequitable treatment. Inequitable treatment. Huh? Information disparity. Is this Faust? Huh? That's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the implication of engineering frameworks. Yup, okay. It's kinda losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution in rational self-interest driven societies, and... Is it still going? That was 1/5 of the full title. It seems that the same trouble has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed, indeed. After she'd gone through the majority of our lesson plans... Finally. Now that's over. Yes, it's finally my turn. Sinclair sighed with the gravitas of someone who'd just been bestowed with the most important mission in his life. Thinking back, even in school I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be quite good at it. So, I guess you could say that I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. I call my lesson the theory on self-overcoming. We have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday. Hey, but what if I like who I was yesterday more? My disappointment when we got that skip and didn't get to see the Dante's class plan? Same. I wish. I was actually looking forward to it. I think they just kind of want the player to still be somewhat, a partial self-insert of Dante. So they don't want to give Dante too much of a, agency. They don't want people to be like, oh no, that's not what should have been said, kind of thing. Dante is the least characterized character yet. Something like how to successfully command a group of people that absolutely refuse to listen to you. Yeah, I mean, honestly though, if that lesson was good, that would be perfect for Jichun. Think about it. how to successfully command a group of fucking nobles and who knows who in the director's board when they don't want to listen to you. That lesson plan would have been fucking perfect. That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So, with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities, how to always shoot higher. Hold on, you had me for a second there. But what's up with acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Ah, of course, I prepared a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not even listening to what Jichun's saying. Following that, your company's, it seems that Zilu has completed her review. Oh, I see. Now, how's everything going, everyone? Class prep doing well? My curriculum most is special. Okay, so that's a no. That was Sod's impression upon taking a quick glance at Don Quixote, who was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her lesson plan in her hands. Well, it wasn't a complete bust at least. Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Phew. Miss Zhigong, Miss Sod, I've prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Zhigong and Song weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Zhigong especially was looking away with unmistakable expression of pity. So, he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining that, Zilu? I could not bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So, this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest effort. I understand. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Kaji Chun's teachers. Or should I call you pupil, Sinclair, to be exact? Huh? There's got to be a mistake, right? Isn't Jichun the pupil here? No, there haven't been any mistakes. My lord had specifically instructed that you are to learn from this as well. What? What? Seriously? This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. No, this looks like a proper classroom. It would have felt pretty dang empty with just Jichun singing there on her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sing's the resident expert on going to schools, right? School was a luxury for me, you know? Yeah, maybe that doesn't mean I ever wanted to go back to school. You should learn to be grateful. I don't dole out my teachings to just anyone. Don't forget, we have to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Notice, you always get on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyper-fixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours at least, and... I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Sinclair. Hold on, Yisang. I thought we were the underdog duo. Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? We were going to get this together. The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which earnestly relied entirely on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Congratulations, my lady. You have found yourself a desk mate, which some also call a bestie, depending on desk placement. Huh? Why is she so fucking happy? Why is her face so radiant? Deskmate? Bestie? What in the heck does any of that mean? Huh? Kajichun's eyes widened with confusion, as though she just heard those words for the first time in her life. When I first met her when she was 16, she explained to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. Oh. This is par for the course for the children of Hong Yuan, who are raised for the purpose of becoming the next family hierarch. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. She was a child of one of the great families. They rarely ever get an actual childhood. I mean, yeah, I guess it's better late than never. Her childhood was like she had a happy childhood while Honglu gave it to her, but after what happened, he kind of became distant and she no longer got anything from him. So I guess this will be, a way to get it back into her. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. So, desk mates and besties. Sinclair began to explain, seemingly resigned to the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month with the other sinners as his teachers. Usually sit next to each other and help one other out. A bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another if they forgot to do theirs. They usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. Oh, look at her face. I can't. She's precious. I love her. Just fucking look at her. So not very important at all, huh? I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. It may have come a few years late, but I am moved that my lady finally has a chance at experiencing school. Same here. I remember it like yesterday. Zijun would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me. One day, out of nowhere, she started saying something like something about eating from lunch boxes with friends. I haven't a clue as to how or where she might have heard about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and I don't need a bestie, Kajichun says, lying. She lied as she breathed. Oh, wait, don't you guys have lesson plans to write? Come on, hurry up, 30 days are ticking down, we've only got 30 days. Of course. Unfortunately, I have become quite occupied with another task of great importance, assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson planning task to you two, Zilu and Miss Zod. Have you any thoughts on the matter? Slacker. Aw, Zilu and Jichun, fuck. I need, please, one of them. Wife both of them. What was that? I said nothing. +50 years of unorganized paperwork. Yeah, that sounds fun. Oh, no. I'm going to be better today. I am not going to go and start saying how much I like Zilu and Jichun. Also, the fucking eye bags. Sleepless wife. I need to get her in bed, tuck her in, and then bring her breakfast in the morning. Like, that face alone makes me want to do it. Zilu and Sod appear to have aged several years overnight, their faces sunken and sallow. Finally, after referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us regarding each sinner, we managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. God, look at her. I want to fucking sit by the bed and feed her soup. I want to. I mean, tea would work, but like, I want to tuck her in and then just gently and slowly bring soup to her mouth and like slowly feed her, and when she's done I'm going to gently take a napkin, wipe her lips, fucking stroke her hair, pat her on the head, tell that she did good and that she can rest now. Fuck, I need that. Please. Apologies. Sleep deprivation has relieved me of clear mind. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to battle would be much nicer. Uh, Still, thanks to Mr. Kachu's methodology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Hmm. Efficient, huh? To be a true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, to do so in 30 days as promised is an implausible effort. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into three supercategories, and they are called. What are these supposed to be? Ji, Yang, and Ren. Ji, wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of a speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Young, courage, the ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it and risk becoming a brute. Have too little and risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. Uh-huh. So how far are we allowed to go with the corporal punishment again? I recall no insistence of any discussion regarding corporal punishment. And Ren, humanity, is the benevolence of the heart. The compass of behavior that dictates respect towards every human. Clearly, most of the faculties of this school are severely lacking in all three of your criteria. Just how do you think they'll be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Are you sure I'm in the good hands? Just what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Ms. Zhigong are currently quite preoccupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Right. Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver the message to you. Be strong, my lady. Wei? Despite her protestations, the 30 days of classes commenced. Oh god, what the fuck? Uh-huh. This is a mandatory class. Tip-top. Morales tip. This is one of those kinds of games. Actually, I love this. Combo. Oh, you can make combos of sinners. Gotcha. Begin class. I want that final scene of the teaser to be voiced by the Boggak already. The final scene of the teaser? Which teaser are we talking? Are we talking the Arknights one or? Yes, resume classes. My name is Yisang, that is all. The class I have prepared for the day. I've heard plenty about your mirror tech, which makes me wonder. Going by the level of advancement in that technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? The one of this intervallo. Oh, well, I guess. Well, we'll see. Eventually they'll bog gack the fuck out of it. Probably the next canto, because they're kind of running out of bog gacking. You know how technological advancement usually goes. People invent for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into the weapons of destruction. Indeed, you show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has, in the past, almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that the angle most others wanted to see happen, removal of potential risks, such sounds much more palatable than potential itself to some people after all. Correct again. Yet, destruction was a word that bore too much suffering for my heart. My sole egress from it was abandonment of my quondam fellows and my life's work. making myself a fugitive from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conversed. With who? With myself. With myself that lies within me. I fucking knew it! As you are aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentialities, latent strength, and world. Yet, even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable worlds of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct their studies inward and reflect upon oneself. He's actually using the mirror. I'll learn how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. Hachachun has grown. Sinclair has grown. Now, if you are prepared to explain what you see in the mirror, you needn't hesitate. It might have worked. Yeah. Give me a sec, I'll fix it. Is it working? No, it's not. Fuck. The entire thing is borked. There we go. For some reason, Jichun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know... Fuck, I can't take this seriously with this now. I can't. I can't fucking take this seriously. Oh my god. Oh, okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's been a while. I can't read. Oh god. Okay, calm down. Calm down. It's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall Sun Zen of the Shi family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was gonna show me a precious flower that blooms only at night. I remember that you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. I wonder what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. Oh, of course not. You were wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. That vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot, and would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you gone. But apparently he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. I'm glad it didn't go away. You were right. If only you still had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that. Remember? We don't have to talk about it. Aw, wait. This is Jichun with her hair down? Oh my god. Her hair is a mess. I love it. Her hair is an absolute mess. I love her. I was brushing my hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I found it so hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway, and a family war was always looming on the horizon. Thanks to my GF, I got the colored version of this image. Oh, I mean, I guess you can just use something like this as a coloring book, right? So yeah, that must have been nice. Good on you. I mean, not that it does much for the hair. It's still pretty much the same color, right? Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame. But it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless. Nay, especially so if it was. And Sinclair, what do you see? I, I, I see. Well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. But it seemed like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I uncovered a part of myself I've had hidden away for a long time. I had a very precious time learning to converse with my inner self. Mm. I had a very precious time conversing with my inner self. Yeah. Class Metaphysical Approach to Ego in a Reflected World, leveled up to Expert. Nice. But now you eat more morale. Slash resist minus 25. I guess that's good. Let's do a combo. There's probably a combo. Oh. Oh. We're quite literally leveling her up. Nice. Begin class. It is true that a station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. Upgrading the classes upgrade Jichun, yes. Make her even more of a wife, indeed. Sinclair and Jichun both sat with a bit of apprehension as well, which is understandable given what Son told them sometime before the lesson started. Some time ago. Countess, who'd been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while, finally decided to voice her doubts to Sod. So, what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that her usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Countess. While she might not look it, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixes often appear when history is in the making? Let us see here. Don Quixote took a second to savor the moment as though she had been preparing her whole life for it, then continued. Amongst the greatest fixers, whose honored names were engraved in history. Verily, let us commence this lesson with a tale of the fixer Yu Fei. This tale beginneth in the year, sometime later. Are you done? Just how can she continue to talk at such lengths? She's been going on for ages. Thus cometh the time to test thy dedication to the class, and the knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz, if thou wilt. When'd she even find the time to prepare with this? I can assure thee, 'tis quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty if thou had paid attention in class. Worry thee not. This class might seem dumb for a hierarch and the head of a corporation knowing all about fixes, and as such is very important. For a head of a corporation. Okay. The separation in the middle, gotcha. I mean, it's still a good thing to know this. Does this pop quiz have prizes? But of course I came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer shall bestow upon thee from the very treasure chest of mine these precious fixer badges. Forsooth, I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them on 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know, I don't really need them. Hold thine applause, for there is a bonus reward for the victor who, by the end of this match, carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of a protagonist in this theatrical play of my making, Fixer Chronicles Yufei. 'Tis an opportunity of a lifetime. I'm still not really... I'm not doing anything for... It's not doing anything for either of us. It's still a pretty useless reward, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Seriously? What? Scared you'll lose? In this history your weakness... Is history your weakness or something? Huh. I'll have you know that I was the teacher's pet in every single history class I took. Huh. And I'll have you know that I was, no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I've ever had. Okay, if that's how you want to play it, I'll have you know that I have a prodigy in other classes too. I did great in art classes, pretty good in math too. I was just being humble because I didn't want to steal your thunder, Jitchun. Does she have the limited edition red mist chromatic pin? Well, you just have to answer the quiz to find out, right? That would be a good one. Then let me tell you that I was trained in the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines every single day. And on one of those days, you know what one of my masters told me? He said, looks like Miss Kajachun finally getting a feel of how friendships close in age are forged in school. Music died. Yeah. Fixing. Yeah, there we go. That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences you just can't learn from teachers. I TikToked in response. 'Tis year 505. What is the historical community consensus on the most illustrious battle that Fixer Yufei is said to have partaken in? Allow me to impart to thee a magic clue. If thou hast paid attention, as I had discussed upon the 5 pillages, in which the Fixer Yufei was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The honorable fixer of the Cerulean Haven, who attained triumph in the Battle of Rhino Tree in the year 465, has said what was the worst ordeal she had to face in her career? I've got it. It's when she had to forge onward despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they held the line to buy her time. Oh, damn it. I was too slow. Young Jichu, that was incorrect. Honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven is recorded to have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand before her enemies with hair that was not luscious, as the supply line breakage caused her regular delivery of nutritional supplements to cease. What thou had suggested, Yan Jichun, was her 17th most difficult ordeal. She's speaking like she was actually there. Thine impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in the ways of vividly regaling these tales, but most of these are tales I have learned from books. Much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such audience, enough to study the ways of the minstrels. There was a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. Damn. Fucking this? Really? Really? Okay. You know what? Honestly, Don would have been a great teacher. I would have loved Don. Time suddenly flies when hearing the tales of exciting adventures. They have grown. What was the secret technique Honorable Fixer Lysander employed in his resolution of the Seas of the Fey Forest? Speak its name in full. I've got it. It's a Summer Night's Fantasia. Aha! Yet I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of his super ultimate move. Hardly does one internalize the true noble spirit of Fixers by simply reciting it with such apathy. Those must recreate the exact pose and enunciation. If Dunn was my teacher, I would have done so much better in my history class. Say, I would have done better in every class if she was my teacher. Not that I didn't do well. Okay. I don't want to share this part of myself, but In this regard, I am very much Sinclair in this regard. I performed perfectly in every class. I was a teacher's pet in every class. It, I was like every teacher loved me. I performed well. I have like when the school ended, I got like the I don't an award for being like the golden head of the school for like being smart and shit. Matters not at all these days. Completely useless shit. But I still would have preferred if the teachers were more like Dawn and less like an old hag who is still unhappy about her divorce. You know? Are you kidding me? Oh, come on. You can do this, Karatune. You can do this. This is nothing. Illusions of a midsummer night shall devour thee whole. I see fucking Dawn crying in the corner from how beautiful it is. Also, this is beautiful. Wait. Wait. Hold on. I gotta pull up something. I gotta pull up something. What's the... right. Why? This is the one. Cop? Nah, not. I need to save this image actually. Fuck. Hold on. I swear it's going to be funny. I'm going to be very sad if it's not. Image. Yeah. Fucking this. Does it not look like a similar pose? Just like if we rotate this way? Okay, maybe it's not as funny. You know what? Forget about it. Discard. It doesn't exist. Forget about it. Oh well. Moving on. Summer Night Fantasia. PM rhythm game when? I need it now. Imagine though a disco game where you have to play to dance to the Millie songs. That would be dope. Thine enunciation was quite shakily upon the world illustrious, yet thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage, thus I bestow upon thee this badge. I grew tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante, lights, left side. Gotcha. Don Quixote, who was watching Sinclair and Kajitune two-person play, silently wiped her tears away. Bravo, bravo. Certain minor details were missed, such as Yufei, the fixer, was left-handed, and that he had a habit of playing with a light in his left pocket before every duel, yet 'twas a wonderful reenactment indeed. I have no other critique to impart upon thee. When faced with great adversity in thine adventures, rekindle the memory of Yufei and the fixer's final duel, remember it well. Thus cometh to an end the lessons of today. Ha! It was just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with fixes. Clutched tightly in Jichune's hands were the badges Don Quixote had gifted her. Time suddenly flies when hearing the tales, yes. Mm-hmm. She tuned 60 max HP. Nice. Oh, it's day 3. Oh, fuck. I actually need to do something here. No, I get that it's a mandatory class. Oh, do I have to... Oh, I have to pick all 3. Gotcha. Hmm. Oh, Dawn replenishes morale. Ah, I see. Boom. This is a component part taken from the structure that forms H-Corp. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H-Corp singularity, which has been enduring for such a long time. Huh? You look kinda upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed. An opportunity to study the old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. A shame. Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles, though, Miss Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. It is possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engines, so that it could be reassembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. Nice. Blown up Faust. Feels good. She's just dumbass. So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think this is how I'd get to learn more about the old H-Corp. I don't think I can do much against the Reconstruction days right now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that iniquitous thing. Yep, I've seen memes of that, and yeah, I think Faust is just a fucking dumbass. I'll be honest, and a very precious dumbass who is very smart but very dumb at the same time. The day when Hong Yuan can be a place where people can live without fear. Without the fear of the encroaching Reconstruction days. Without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they'll fall or not. Until Hong Yuan can be a place where you can sleep with the promise of safe tomorrows. I'm sure you'll pull it off. She had intelligence, not wisdom. She has book smarts, not street smarts, otherwise. Oh, and I learned a lot during this lesson too, Faust. Bang. Yep, she's a fucking dumbass. The voltage must have been set too high. Repeating experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. There was supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? Hey. Okay, so the idea had a very precious time learning to converse with my inner self, yes. Kajitune slash resist. Okay, so the way I'm gonna go is I'm gonna take Faust. And I'm gonna finish it off with Dawn so that she can give more stats. The Smoke War is my favorite piece of PM lore that is largely unexplored still. Uh, yeah, I think we'll get a lot more of Smoke War once we actually get to Autis. And I'm gonna be able to smoke her cheeks. because she looks like a snack. Unlike some other classes which were more on the upbeat side of things, the room's air felt grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw what Gregor had written on the chalkboard. On war. Losing a wing war leaves a much larger, longer-lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. It might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? We were this close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Miss Chun here failed to finish her ascension. It would have spread like wildfire, too. So my class is going to be about what exactly happens when a war... Oh. The piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's fingers as he went to scribble something on a board. His left hand was trembling as though the room's temperature had plummeted only for him. Man, why is it gotta... Excuse me, Miss Zulu, is it okay if I smoke? Go ahead. You good? Well, when else am I gonna get a chance to share the realities of war right to a wing chief executive officer's face, huh? The moments that just don't come off your skin, no matter how hard you scrub at them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm gonna listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate that sentiment. Well, still though, I can't dilly-dally when Miss Ji-chun's got other stuff to deal with, huh? So, let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the Wing War. Now I know enough about urban and trench warfare to give an explanation of my own. And that's why the smoke war fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. If I could read, that would be a nice plus. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times, so everyone tried to draw each other out to an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has different singularities, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just that the former G-Corp found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like Deng Yuan could make a pretty good use of Hong Yuan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the He should know and use very well. Exactly. This should explain why they were hesitating outside of Deng Yuan. Remember the thumb fellas? The ones we met who were going in circles? Not to mention how the He should utilize the topography of Hong Yuan differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches maneuver around Hong Yuan, as long as the 12 Heisho branches are standing, Hong Yuan is inassailable. Well, despite going in all that, I'm sure we all know that the best answer in all warfare is not having a war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have to not only witness it, but to go through all of that. We did visit your fathoms, Gregor, but that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke, its citizens in madness. He'd always shrug off those stories as ramblings of the past, but during the war he stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city. Its every gear calibrated to slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. There, he must have witnessed things far worse than the worst of the city presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of the bygone past, shaking restlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Oh boy. Sorry, fellas. I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting what happened that I forgot this was supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No, everything you told me really solidified my resolve. This chaos within Hong Yuan needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. Wait for me! Even after the two students left, Gregor lingered in that room a while, lighting up a cigarette after cigarette, without erasing what he wrote in the chalkboard. Smoke soon filled the room. Left only after almost emptying the entire pack. Ah yes, the dumbass. Mind you, the combo Fix Association and Encyclopedia for Dummies. Faust is a part of that. Faust, in my eyes, is considered a dummy. That's it. Even the game acknowledges it. Okay, so what I'm seeing is Greg doesn't have a combo with Kajichun's and Jingang Bolus passive improved. Doink doink. Let's get those two rolling. Gotta level them up. How class is going, Jichun? I'm not you, big bro. I pay attention to class. Oh, he's with a girly. He's with Dayu. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. She was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. Looks like it's going to be another serious class. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the venerable hierarch. Don't do this shit. Just be casual. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Big Sis Baochai? Are you sure it's okay for a Zhu family bodyguard to be here? I'm no longer employed as Miss Baochai's guard. Wait, don't tell me we got you. Everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Baochai's orders. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zelo, so... You could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on, you spent most of your time stuck in Hongyuan before leaving Hongyuan. Can they stop? Why does every place need to have UN at the end of it? I don't know what you could possibly have to teach me. Don't you worry, Jichun. This is the one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Jichun and Sinclair is... in clear, neat handwriting, Honglu wrote surviving Hongyuan on a chalkboard. Oh well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your share of assassination attempts, big bro, but come on, I mean the previous hierarch and the eldest favor sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also the one of the handful who got assassinated? Oh, that's... I was wandering the hallways before I felt like something was off about my room. Until Dante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. Wait, it was my fault? You do have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Do you? Would you mind preparing the thing? You have my utmost faith, but please do practice caution. Sometime later, Lindayu appeared with 4 bowls splishing with tea, before sprinkling some powder into one of them. What's that? That's powdered wolfsbane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which of these bowls contains poison, right? You can stop now. I learned to recognize infamous poisons like wolfsbane when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you are suggesting, Venerable Hierarch, I would not have been here to accompany him. Lindayu continued her process, sprinkling wolfsbane powder into 2 more bowls. Honglu, who was watching that with an oddly contented expression, closed his eyes. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? We stared in confusion, but we could hardly tell what was going on with the speed at which Lindayu swept around the bowls. When we looked back at Honglu, there were 3 silver spoons in his hand. Back to messaging, had to help replace dog's bandage. Well, the doggo needs help. That's important, so don't worry about it. Music again. God damn it. Uh, yeah. Those silver spoons were custom made of Dagyu and Yuan's request, a must-have item for children of the four great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. Yeah, I know they're actually... Actually what? It's nothing. In Hongyuan, where we are beset by threats of assassination from all directions, knowledge alone is enough to save you. What the heck are you... But Honglu opens his eyes before Kajichun can finish a sentence. Then he throws the silver spoons in his hands, like throwing pins towards the three of the bowls, and immediately chugs the fourth bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you insane? You barely even checked them for... Jiren's Nuer tea is always delicious, even when cold. The three silver spoons Honglu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. Is Wolfbane's poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons of Dagyu and Yuan. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make the mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine. I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? I want to know too. Do they sound different than something? I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch? How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know. You'll get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? I managed to tell the difference between the bowls by reading Honglu and Dayu's subtle tales. I really need to level up their young. I see. When you say you've just avoided whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you were reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room and connecting it to your intuitive experiences. You were using Miss Dayu's anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Jichun. I know that the adepts of each Heisho will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that your residence, Nuan Jiangwu, will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful boluses to protect your life. Even still, there will come a day when you start to feel this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify. And when it does, I hope you won't brush it off as nothing. You're worrying over nothing. Kajichun whipped around away from Honglu as if to express dissatisfaction, but her softened expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. It's so cute. She missed her big bro, and now that he cares about her again fully, she's like, that's cute as fuck. Based on the skills I learned, I managed to create the model of a machine from Faust's blueprint, even though Faust blew up again. Like a dumbass. Yep, urban warfare. Every 6 days, you will be subject to midterms, prepared by the board of directors, Kaiyuan Chun. A palanquin has been prepared to take you to the exam sites, and only by passing the test may Kajichun retain her status as the family hierarch. My lady, don't worry yourself over much, Mr. Wei. You sound like you're at a funeral. She will pass these days with ease, as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, I simply hope I can survive until she returns. Huh? It seemed that Wei was rather a funeral voice wasn't just out of his concern for Jichun. Wei, are you sure you're okay? Can't escape them, even in dreams. The unfinished bundles of paperwork cascading over me like a storm, burying me. Oh, I was actually worried that he had some underlying health condition. This is just paperwork. Steel yourself, for that was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. God damn. I must be severely sleep deprived. Looks like we're not the only ones going through the ringer. Yes, Jichun gained 1 defense level. Jichun's slash resist lowered. Midterm. Well. Oh, that was a nice crack. Crack of the neck. Hey, you're one of the she-boys. We finally meet. I had hoped to fight you in a family hierarchy war. If you'd run into me then... Isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me? No, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? She's something. Shihua something. Don't remember him. The results of the family hierarchy war couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half of my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare a war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? War's not easy. It never is. What are you all on about all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking about so lightly, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because they are under investigation for treason against Dagyu and Yuan. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. The charge guy, well, yeah, maybe. I know it's pretty much a given that they'll all be ruled as guilty regardless of what really happened. You know, I can't even pay them a visit because you've hidden their cells all over Hong Yuan. They're not hidden. All holding cells within Hong Yuan have always been designed to move around in very short intervals. You know, that does seem like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions, though I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I recently gained a better understanding of Hong Yuan's structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Where'd you... I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. I managed to reflect upon myself a bit too. You did change a little. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of. Good. Come on, let's do this. Many illustrious fixers of the past have said that naught but disparagement awaits unjust victories. She's becoming Don Jichun. Also, no, I'm not gonna say it. Bong. No, Jichun. Fuck off. Win. I'm starting to understand why people ship Don and Jichun. Oh, okay, fine, yes, I've seen that. And I very much enjoyed what I've seen. And I mean, not just that. Jichun, she likes power, right? And she essentially got like, holy shit. Dawn is so powerful after she saw the whole La Mancha land thing. And so she's like, yo, Dawn is pretty fucking awesome. And Dawn kinda likes Jichun as well. I think they get along really well. I didn't expect them to put like an actual, like, you know, sim of upgrading stats and shit. Are you done yet, dude? You're gonna get cracked. Oh yeah. Well, that was easy, I guess. Poor fella had no chance. Good for you, you won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family hierarchy war, didn't you? Yeah, so what? Are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah. You little... And I'm sure that's what I look like to you too. I genuinely thought it was a joke when they showed the GUI in the teaser. Uh, Imagine my surprise when they showed it was real. Yeah, GUI. Um, I don't want your sorry, every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win. And I'm going to win without the fertile soil my predecessors have left behind, because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hong Yuan itself. Shihua whatever, you are tenacious, determined, and strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you, down to the last man. You knew my name, ma'am? Oh, he's fucking touched by she knew his name. I do. So what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hong Yuan? I think we could have just avoided the fight altogether. If she just said his name, it would have been fine. How do you manage to come out on top in your first sparring match? Congrats! Thanks. I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I prepared for today? You're teaching about exploring? Huh? There's going to be an indoors class? Yep, exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Free soloing to the top of the highest building in Hong Yuan. Surviving 10 days of Hong Yuan backstreets with only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightly so. And that's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in a physical space. A few weeks ago. Don't tell me she, is going to, get a video game or some shit. Since this game needs a certain oh my god. God damn. I didn't read. Okay. So I'm just here to fill in since the game needs a certain amount of players, but really? Can you really call this tabletop game an adventure? Yet in games of make-believe, any simulacra can be made as real as... Oh, what a move! Oh, nice. I'm gonna roll for damage. Ah, young Ishmael, thou hast absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy fireball spell, rendering it most crispy. It was a formidable foe. 'Twas wonderfully executed, Miss Ishmael. Huh, really? Well then, as my next move. And that's how you came up with this? I've played a few other games, but this is new for me too. I'm still pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Jianghu Journeys, or G&G. It's a popular game among Hong Yuan's youths. It's gotten generally positive reviews too. Ah. You're wrong, it's not D&D, it's J&J. With Ishmael so proudly presented before everyone appeared to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay, what do these huge piles of papers have to do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those gathered becomes the JM. I'm dying. I'm slowly dying, but it's fine. The JM? Yeah, the Journey Master. The Journey Master designs the story around the player's choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. That's why the most experienced player takes that role, which would be me. Wiz, strength, dexterity, each character seems to have these things called stats. Looks like we just have to pick from a set of pre-made characters for this one. So I'm supposed to be playing this character's role? Sinclair and Kajichun picked up their cards with confusion clear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Yanyun, a place known to be the gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. You travel here in search of a legendary treasure called Tianya's Sword. The city of Yanyun. So cool. So, why are we looking for that sword again? It's because So there is this legend of Yan Yun about how the sword of, the Tianya sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people. And also about not how having the sword is the proof of the true leader of these lands, and so on and so forth, you know. Ishmael was stuttering and stammering through the introduction without her usual confidence. I see. The city called Yan Yun must be in a lot of trouble too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting of the story, Kajichun nodded solemnly without noticing Ishmael stumbling through her introduction. Well, you know how it is. The point is, you guys need to go find that sword. Then I will claim the Tianya sword no matter what it costs me. Kajichun nods with determination. Nice. Bruh. What the fuck was my school doing? I would have loved having D&D or something like it. Worked with Sinclair to come up with creative solutions to all kinds of trials we faced in the adventure. From the rumors you've gathered, it seems that the Kajan Keep must have heard of the whereabouts of that sword. What will you do? I walk up to the Kajan Keep, chat him up, and try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your whiz is extremely low right now, which means that you'll find it hard to form even the simplest sentences. What if I found a different way to gain the Kajan Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet talking him? I do have pretty high strength stat, which should give me access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that doesn't require skill in speechcraft. I can wait for the school AU Limbus fanfics. You think there weren't already? Come on. This is the internet we're talking about. Hold on. I'll try to convince the Kajan Keep. I think I got a decent chance at this. My whiz is pretty high. And you pass the check. The Kajan Keep looks at you, having lowered his guard. Oh, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay then, I guess I'll just stand in the corner over there and unsheath my weapon and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just role-playing Heathcliff now, aren't you? Yeah. The Kajan Keep shares some information about the sword he heard. He explains that the party should seek northeast towards the Yinji mountain. But, what's this? Tears begin to well in Kajan Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently, patrolling guard beat his son pretty badly, just for loitering around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. Oh no, that's too bad, but we've got a job to do. Since we have what we came here for, we'll leave the Kazan. Well, they say that GMs aren't supposed to interfere with the player's choices, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help out for every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. I'm going to go and get him that medicine. There'll be even more now. Yeah. Imagine Blue Archive and fucking Limbus Company collab. I would love that. That would actually be pretty cool. I mean, I play Blue Archive as well, so, you know, win-win for me. What? After a few turns of various trials and tribulations for Sinclair, the Gajan Keepson, who fortunately was able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shares what he knows. You realize that he's talking about the fairy Yaoguai, the guardian of Tianya's sword. He explains that the fairy Yaoguai power grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait until the sky's overcast. Hearing that, the innkeep's son takes a quick look at the clouds and tells you that it might be raining in about a week. Glad we helped him out. Phew, okay, let's make sure we're prepared before we go. Then you're gonna have to roll 15 or higher to hit. I know, I'm focused. I rolled a 16. With a final singular strike from Kajichun, the fairy Yaoguai finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yes, the Tiania sword is ours! Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded in the deep in the earth and grabs enthusiastically upon the hilt. With this, we can. However, the defeated fairy Yao Guai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at Kajachun, who just pulled the sword from the ground. No! I quickly get between Jichun and the monster. But if that crits, it's going to be pretty deadly even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasion save. One and another one. Damn, Sinclair sucks. Sinclair sucks dick at D&D. He rolled 2 nat 1s. It's okay. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. The Yaguai lies still as well, the final vestiges of its strength completely spent. Sinclair! Go on without me. Take that sword and go down to the village. Become the leader they need. That sword, that's your proof. No, this sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring buddy. I'm going to bandage Sinclair up and carry him back. I won't leave him behind and descend the mountain all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then yeah, the bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know? That strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of here together. Grab onto my shoulder, that's it, step by step. Hey, Jichun, look over there. Everyone who we'd helped and saved on our journey came out to welcome us home. You're right. If it wasn't for you, Sinclair, I would have never stopped and talked to every single villager here to hear their troubles. The sword was only a symbol all along. I don't need a bestie, Kajachun, yeah? All of our efforts and the experience we've gained on our journey for the sword were what taught me how to be a good leader, not the sword itself. You're right, the real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way. I feel like the game overtook the class at some point along the way. That doesn't matter, because it's good. Oh, gotta get their morale up. Shit. Kajachun gained 1 offense level. Crimson Phoenix improved. Nice. Okay, so first things first. Dawn goes the first one. Then I send in Ishmael and I send in Honglu. And I need to get the stuff up. Yeah. And Honglu became an expert. Nice. Huh? Marisol is already an expert? And he has morale up? The fuck? Okay, what do I need to level up? I need to level up green. So let's send in Ishmael and what else? I need blue and green, preferably. Yeah, let's go with this. Mira's first cutscene is hilarious, so let's see. In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotions and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. And I will share an excerpt from Sinclair's exchange with the manager 32 days ago. Begin quote. Huh? 32 days ago? What? Excuse me, Dante. I'm sorry to have ask you this, but most of us are fatally wounded, so can you please turn the clock just one more time? Fucking the sad-looking Marisol. It looks like he's crying, like he has proper tears. End quote. Unnecessary interjections weigh down your request. Wow, that's pretty bad. Did I really stutter that badly? It is a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable news. The same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. Huh? Well, okay, seems easy enough. You already said huh. Grrr. Suddenly Marisol let out a cry as he clutched his chest, then fell to the floor. Are you okay? Failed. Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. You're cheating. This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide. What? The what who wished to what? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. All stats +1. Ooh, nice. So wait, Greg and Marisol have a combo. Yep. Oh, and Ishmael and Marisol have a combo. That's good. And they have a combo. Perfect. Leveled up to expert. My war tales. Okay. Everyone is an expert. Now I can actually start making some fucking progress on this. Okay. So I'm going to send... Actually, I'm just going to send this exact same combo. Because, well, I need a lot of green. Wait, not this. Yeah, combo. Okay, so there is a combo I have not found. There's a lot of combos I have not found. Holy shit. Hold on, I want to actually try to find the combos. A question. Can I still continue doing this past day 10? Because I kind of want to, like... I have a fucking perfectionist in me, and I would love to keep playing this, even if I finish the intervallo. I think maybe you would work. You have up to 30 days to do so. Oh, so I cannot continue playing afterwards. Ah, fuck. That's kind of ass, if I'm gonna be honest. I need blue and green. So green, you and you. There we go. Let's go with this combo. Prep time. Nice. And after finishing, you can enter this stage again. But like, will I continue or will I have to redo it from the zero? Oh, so I'm gonna put in Greg, because that's just going to be a really good combo. They're gonna like have a smoke war combo, I feel it. And then I'm gonna slam down Faust as well. Attention! Today's lesson will cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, man, you will learn how to gain information from people. Reset, I think. Not too sure. Ah, shit. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side by being generous with my spending, by setting a good example as a superior. They'll eventually open up. Foolishness. Huh? That is among the worst strategies I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend the limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? The most efficient means of obtaining intelligence is torture. Torture? Huh. I'd say that's the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan's strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up accidentally killing them... Foolishness, foolishness! Jeez, can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imaginations will fall short. If that is all you can think of when you hear the word torture, then this unit... getting them to max is not necessary, by the way. There's a certain threshold that I don't know if you want me to tell you. I mean, I still want to get as high as possible. That's like my goal. I don't need to get to the max, but I still want to. It's like 800 or something, right? At least I'd guess. This isn't exactly a military unit. Then this Hong Yuan may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. Well, I'm waiting. Get on with your lesson. The mention of Hong Yuan seemed to put Ji Chun in thoughtful mood, as she stopped arguing and began focusing on class. The most effective method of torture isn't physical. Things like waterboarding, electrocution are all inferior. Yeah, getting each stat to 800 at least. Gotcha. Today, you will learn the torture of language. With this method, you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them. And then take brief sighs of relief every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, is what you will be learning today. To your position, cadets. Yeah, the good drill sergeant and bad drill sergeant. Oh, they restore? Oh shit, that's actually insane. Now I need to find the combo for... Oh, damn, it's the midterms. Okay. So I hear you've defeated Shi Hua, whatever his name is. You would do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame. Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned not to underestimate the family underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know. You see, I managed to talk to Shi Hua. Into, you know. What? No, it can't be. He kind of spilled the beans on my parents. Ha. My men are already on their way. But how did you know it was Block 32? I barely managed to get them a hiding spot there. Bruh. Oh, so it's Block 32. Did you just... I did. Huh. That was way easier than it was during class. I've heard stories about how you've changed. I didn't know you had changed into such a heartless woman. Say something, damn it. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Now I see. You won't be shaken by silly things like this. Is that it? That may befit the Cid of Hierarch. However, a leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only disposable tools is bound to rot. Shi Jing, refuse to let someone so unqualified such as yourself retain power. For a second I thought Jichun just didn't show up. I see that Jichun starts with pretty high SP. Is that because I actually keep her morale up? It has to be, right? Oh, it's one of her passives? Okay, fuck me then. Here's me trying to look into the fucking game mechanics. passives are boring. Stop punching the girl, you backfuck. What did I even say? Backfuck. What does that even mean? Am I a dumbass? Yes, I am. Ah, shit. Stop rolling high, you bastard. I cannot do anything, I just gotta hit the gong. She also gains passives with names that have to do with each sinner's lessons. Huh. Interesting. I guess if you level up the sinner enough, or something. Damn it, I was so close. Did you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sister Yanchun actually gained control of Hong Yuan? Sure, it's gonna be all buddy-buddy at first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, and compensate you for your efforts. But soon you're going to see people from other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under the guise of advisors. And it's the small families and clans that are going to suffer first. And when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before other members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were piggybacking off of Big Sister Yuan Chun's forces, when in reality she had already discarded them before it even began. She's made sure that nothing about this treason's going to stick to her. Father. Now, let's think about this carefully. About Kai Yuan Chun's vision for Dang Yuan. Will it be more H Corp or Q Corp? I see the point you're making. But you've not given us any reason to trust you either. What guarantee do I have that you won't just toss us aside when we're no longer useful? So about that hiding place where you put your parents, did you just accidentally let slip? I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. My Heisho had identified their location a long time ago, but I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed your parents' involvement. Is that true? Just how low is your opinion of the hierarchy? Big Sister Yanchun made a big show of her own influence at the assembly, but I still have a tight control over the Heisho of the family hierarchy. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them. What was it again? That leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them. Why would any hire go around arresting innocent people of H Corp left and right and necessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. Well, yep. Oh, Ryoshu is up. Okay, so I still need... I'm gonna combine those, and then I'm gonna... and Ryoshu. Let's see if they have a combo between each other. TKT... DWK. Huh. Okay. The DWK is Don't Worry Kids. TKT is... One of those is a teacher. Okay, hold on. I can figure this out. Teacher knows... No. And I'm not even sure if Sinclair is going to, say something. I don't know. Fuck. Okay, fine. It's Don't Worry Kids. Teachers, or something teacher, don't worry kids, or teacher, blah blah blah, don't worry kids. Teaching kids to deal with kids. Fuck. He does. Okay, fuck me. Deal with kids. I'm dying. I don't want to be this dumb, okay? I'm I almost I got close. The K was kids and T was teach. Close enough. I'm teaching kids to deal with kids. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. I don't like to teach a particularly bloody art class, but that AL, black hair, discarded my AL lesson plan. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Ziegler wasn't there, Atlas or otherwise. Oh, AL, Atlas. In today's class, I'll sync if you're UA. I remember sync. What was sync? What? But I'll scan if you're a UC. Huh? I'll snap your neck completely if you are an unruly adult, but I'll soothe, coax, and nurture if you're an unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully, evaluate the context, and there you have it. I don't think even with the context I could have deciphered that. What context? What context was I supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. MTL, kids. Oh, yeah, there's much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Oh, Jiren! Jiren! I'm happy to see her again. Genuinely. I always thought that she kind of like deserved better than the fate that she got, but yeah. Upon the venerable family hierarch's orders, I brought a child from the Wang family. Why is Jiren... No, wait, what? You brought a who from a what family upon whose orders? Too many travel restrictions here, so I borrowed the rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you to places, huh? No, I mean, just what do you mean you brought that kid for my orders? On my orders? Ryoshu snuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke, dusted off her clothing a few times, and only then brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid's kinda trembling and anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. The kid's scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They are the experience that shape your future. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting serious all of a sudden? Though I do agree that childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother Boo. Or what? Anyways, moving on. You heard nothing. The point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. But you've got your work cut out for you. Children of Dangyu and Yuan are extremely wary of anyone who's not their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He must be terrified. And I imagine his parents must have given him a whole lot of warnings too. I'll give you a demonstration. Behold. Holy shit. Laughing and playing with children brought back fond memories of my own childhood. So, Ryoshu is quite literally mommy material. Not material, she is a mommy in every fucking way. Holy crap. This is... I don't know. Me seeing like a soft side of Ryoshu is like, it's very nice. Wow, he's really taking a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how's she even doing that with her hands? Not even masters of martial arts move like that. Ryoshu was practically giving him no time for any other distractions or even a moment to cry. She was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. She was employing all kinds of tactics, including but not limited to ventriloquism, gongju, a traditional Hongyuan toy, fan tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually, don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshu. The fear he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would have imagined Ryoshu would be good at this neat. And with that exact same expression as her usual one, Ryoshu was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping them understand just what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on the edge for his age. I'd start to make some progress, but whenever he suspected I was lying or something, he'd immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a Dang Yuan kid. Kids don't survive this place for long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable Hierarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you, it's gonna depend on what you're about to ask, where I can help you or not. Wrong move, Rookie Hierarch. They say all that when, you don't get the immaculacy of such succinct abbreviations. Ryoshu grabbed the child's shoulders, brought him before Kajechun, then, in her usual curtness, spoke precisely 2 words to the confused child that seemed to do the trick. Speak, kid. My big sis said that when the family hierarchy war is over, I can finally play taunts with my friends, but their parents told them to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousin says you're the biggest and the baddest of Hong Yuan, Venerable Hierarch. So I wanted to ask you, if you can make Dong Yuan safe, I won't play with my friends. Gotcha. I'll review a suggestion positively. She says she'll totally make that happen. Sometime later, after Jiren guided the child out of the classroom, I found Kajechun whispering something to herself. You've got a lot on your plate, huh? Dealing with restructuring days is just one of them. I was going to try to improve the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me to or not. Safe enough for a kid like that to run around the market all on his own, a place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. There's the morale recovery. And more morale recovery. And hotbox. Oh my god, why are so many of them just morale recoveries? G-Gang Bolus. Crimson Spring second form. Nice. Okay, I don't need Ren this much. She's doing perfectly on Ren. I need blue and green. These two and who else? And Autis. Let's go with this combo. It's going to drain a lot of stuff, but it's going to improve the blue a lot. Prep time. And it still levels up blue. Ryoshu and Honglu also have a combo together. I mean, makes sense. A lot of them have combos. There are a lot of fucking combos. They have a morale combo as well? Holy shit. That's actually a really good combo. Roddy is up. And she's also the morale booster. I'm gonna take this combo then. You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk. So, you better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. Great, that's really great, but I don't know, it just kind of feels like an oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Sinclair? Given the time limit, this just happened to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. I swear, I had no other ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do this. Wei, stop glaring at us like that and join at the table. I'm only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork. As there is still much work to be done, I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy. You know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation. I must say, it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such a base activity. And what audacity to invite me as well. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow, and here I thought you'd at least be better than me at this game. Fine, fine, I get it. Don't play a game you have a snowball's chance. Again, my tongue is starting to be tired. You have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy, I subscribe to it. Do you seriously think your shallow, obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? Huh? What? Sorry? Scrub says what? Wager on the table. Alrighty, the lesson's pretty straightforward. You 3 will work together to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not number 1 by the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But be warned. I have this special power to read your minds without hearing even a word out of your mouths. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see. Sinclair, I can see the corners of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. You're looking to form a pang, aren't you? Huh. And Chichun, you. And you on this dong tile I've got. I expected to have Dante join in with their expert poker face. Nah, that would be unfair, to be fair. Also, you want this dong I've got? That's a phrase you want to say to a woman talking to another woman? You want this dong I've got? I mean, yes, I would. Very much, yes. But still. Now I know to never ever discard this tile. How'd you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right up. And where are you? Using that glint of your glasses to hide your eyes. This isn't gonna be easy. Your greatest mistake tonight was allowing me a seat at this table. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Not bad. But you've just as much of an open book, my guy. You just need that one zhong tile, don't you? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting that tile because it's not there. Two fuck gang. I see. You call gang meld so you can claim the zhong, which was the rearmost tile, didn't you? Huh. Does that by any chance imply that you somehow know the location of every tile in this game? Nah, no way. I just have this sixth sense for bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I would ever step back into this dark world of shadows, but... Oh, so he is a fucking master of this game as well. Ah shit. Here we go. Very well, then I'll be setting this Hua aside and... Phew, I'm impressed. They're way too intense, I can hardly get involved. Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? Shh, my lady. The importance of this moment could not be overstated. I see. Swapped out your ready hand, didn't you? What do you think? 3 Hua tiles in a row, huh? I see you've got some innate luck, too. I never did find a way as an ex-gambler. I do find it, like, interesting. Because he's a very, like, tight-knit character. Like, you know, I would never do anything too bad or weird. You know? But just being at games kind of fits him. Being good at games. Okay, am I speaking right even? Innate luck. Very well. I'll have to wager it all on this one suit. I won. That's a Qing Yao Ju hand. Your downfall was written the moment you forced me to discard Jong. Ah, darn, I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? um, I apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. I will bring some tea. Wei, victorious, stumbles out of the room with his shoulders slumped. I didn't just learn how to hide my feelings, I learned how to make whatever expressions I want. Finally won a round against Radia. Nice. And Radia didn't have any combo with the rest of the team. God damn it. Ooh. Faust is a fucking master now. Uh-huh. Nice. Okay. So now I'm going to hit up Faust. I'm going to combine Faust. There's Rodia and Greg. I feel like that one feels obvious between the two of them. Yeah, it is, but like, Master is the max. Nice. Fine, I'll try out the... No, we gotta do it the other way around. I'll try out Grodia. I'm not a big fan of the whole, what's the word? Comedy duo. Gotcha. Not a big fan of shipping characters myself. Huge success in next class. Hey, Greg's a master now. Adept evasion. How to prepare for war passive. Neat. Wait, we're still missing two. We're missing Heathcliff and we're missing... Heathcliff and... Wait, fuck? Is my brain really that empty? Am I forgetting characters? Oh, right. Smiley face. Great. So we're getting some... Right, Sinclair, but he's the fucking student, so we're gonna get a substitute, I guess. And the smiley face implies that it's gonna be something interesting. I get you, fine. Okay. Still though, let's see, what can we get up here? The problem is that going with like Roddy and Greg is just like bad because Roddy gives a lot of morale, but you don't want fucking morale. Morale is empty. I'm going to go with Ishmael, Autis, and... let's upgrade Yisang, I guess. Shall never surrender. Nice. Shall never surrender. More morale. Nice. Interesting that Ryushu levels up the most of Ren humanity. Not really interesting. She is playing with kids. That's like the biggest whole, like, humanity thing. Wow, all three to master. Neat. The Inner Self passive, the Tianya Sword passive, the Prisoner of War Torture Technique passive. Excuse me, Jichun. Prisoner of War. Yes, but you wouldn't expect Ryoshu to be the one. Not really. Considering that she is a mother, I would expect her to be that. Like, we do know that she is a mother that's, like, she has a kid. And she cares about a kid a lot. So, yeah. I heard from Big Bro that you send your coins to Big Brother Chu. Every hand once in circulation goes round and round until it eventually returns to their original owners. I also heard that some of the Wong family helped with removing the foreign powers from here. Why? I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know. This is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows and knows in whose hands the true political power of Hongyuan lies right now. With that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yun Chun genuinely believes that I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q Corp. Do you seriously believe she has Hong Yuan's best interests at heart with all those conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface, all those business deals and clearly skewed policies? I do not. But if you're going to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me just say that about half of the board of directors' votes may as well be considered abstaining votes. They're keeping their silence because they're afraid of Kayun Chun's retaliation. So your remaining task is to convert those silent votes in your favor. Oh, not shaken by that at all, huh? I thought you'd get lost in wondering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You've certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed the coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. Hung Yuan's tomorrow. Anyways, I should probably do as I'm told for now, My cousin will be your opponent today. I won't accept you as my hierarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you're at least better than I am. Only then I'll accept you. Wang Qingshang. Holy shit. I created a monster. She's destroying this person. This is it. That was super fast. Nice. What? Do you have something to say to my face? Yeah. Then give my little brother your crap. Your little brother? You know who I'm talking about. Do you have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That buzzcut kid was her little brother. You can barely even hold onto your seat, which you're about to lose soon anyway, and you have the goal to give him false hope? I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe, you know? I heard from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. She can genuinely become so strong. That's what I'm working on. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had a fun time, after being barred from playing with his friends with how things are in Hongyuan. Shut up. Besides, it's not all just hot air. I wasn't making an empty promise when I said I will change Hongyuan to be a place where everyone can live without fear. And for that, I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. You'll fail. Not with you on my side. We all know what Big Sister Yan Chun's Hongyuan looks like. It'll be exactly the same in essence, and it'll be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over that same burden we've carried all our lives to your little siblings? No, of course not. Wang Qingshan left in a hurry. But that look in her eyes told me that there was conflict between brewing in her. And there's the fucking Heathcliff. Okay, so I'm betting that he and Ishmael are going to be an amazing combo. And I'm gonna throw in Faust because maybe there is the dumbass and the smartass combo. Let's see. Right, lads, listen up. This ain't going to be like them boring old classes you've been sitting through. You've got to leave this desk behind once in a while to learn some real life lessons, yeah? Right. So here's the deal. You want to break their morale before the brawl even begins. Brawl? Learn this by heart, and you'll be kicking those twats' asses left and right and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So, Heathcliff, I've got to ask this question. Something about your club seems different today? Looks a lot more colorful, too. Bollocks. That catches on quick. Can tell, it's the haircut. The haircut is different, clearly. That way bloke said something about how swinging around a little club may come off as too threatening and confiscated it. That high-tech weapon cries... Hold on. What? That high-tech weapon cries boop when it hits people. I see. Oh, hey. Don't you underestimate me, just come holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders. Eyes open wide, let's get cracking. With that, Heathcliff triumphantly raised his new-found weapon towards the sky. It made a small boop noise. Shouldn't it be squeak? 40 morale restored, class success rate minus. Morale lost, huge success. Actually pretty similar. Huh. Nice. So I created some pretty good combos here. Shared pain. Prep time. Hmm. That's actually really cool. Stat gain. A Ren plus 4. Heathcliff is street smart, not book smart. Yeah, they're pretty similar. They're polar opposites, if anything. Crimson Spring third form decapitation. What a skill. The hierarchy of Hong Yuan passive improved. Gain offense levels. Nice. Okay. So now I'm gonna take Hongler. I'm going to take... Ryushu. And I'm going to take Mersalt. Gotta upgrade those asses. Ooh. Omniscient Artist's Viewpoint. Huh, that's a big combo. Sinclair, who cares about him? But Jichun is important. Oh well, there is the Sinclair version of it. Damn. Had a so-so time with the class. Oh, the morale dropped. That's why. A reference? Fucking drunkard is a... Really? Bastard. Okay, fine. He eats morale as well. Okay. I'm going to put in you. And then I guess let's put in you. This class, after an uncharacteristic pause, Zillow continued, will be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited for your tutelage. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. It's a pretty popular Korean novel. I swear I heard that. I heard that name. So, okay, I get it. It's a reference to a novel. I heard of it, but I never read it. Not really, like, too much into the whole reading novels thing. Guest lecturer, but I was on the phone with this. Where are they? I don't know, maybe they're lost. A little bird told me that the venerable hierarch will give me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from the Danube River. Ooh, there any truth to that, folks? That guy? Just stopping by to see if I can leech some liquor at this party. Honeywan's an awfully miserly place, but you'd spare a shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? Well, you're clearly not just any poor old drifter. That guy's acquainted. He ambushed us in our room after the first round of the family hierarch war was over. He what? The family hierarch war has been over for a while, and everyone Hong Yuan knows who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like you who only knows how to mooch off of other families set foot in here? Looks like I'm going to have to give my clandestine talking to. How could they let slip a drunk assassin like... Ah, I said our youthful hierarch is plenty suspicious. I've been on guests in many places, but please, I'm no moocher. Put your worries to rest. I'm only a drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor with scenic landscapes as my bar. The sky is my ceiling and dirt is my bed. The man who had introduced himself as the night drifter of the Jonkin Palm leaped down, landing with dexterity that betrayed the rags he wore as clothing and the terrible stench of liquor emanating from him. Is he seriously... Bad news, Miss Jichun. Apparently, Ka Yeonchun bestowed upon you a new master. Huh? Big Sister Yeonchun? She also wanted us to deliver the message as she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister, a neophyte hierarch who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I'm beside myself with gratitude. So that's the supposed teacher, this mysterious guy with a mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back any time. As you said, the family hierarch war is over, and even mongrels of Hong Yuan know who has the legitimacy here. The incident during the contest was nothing more than business, a job to take care of in return for what compensation they gave me. I hope you don't carry that grudge in your heart. I'm sure you didn't harm your rivals in a family hierarch war out of your personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business is just business. I killed young Master Boo, for they promised to pay off my bar tab, and I'm here to give the hierarchs a lesson, for they promised to pay off my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on a gig worker, living hand-mouthed like myself, don't you think? I'll advise that the optics and the consequences of rejecting a master sent to us by Ka Yeon-chun herself is not going to look good. I know, it's only gonna make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Big Sister Yeon-chun more ammunition to take me down. And you there? We'll have eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might raise unnecessary suspicion. I'm 90% sure it was Jipan who sent the Night Drifter to assassinate Honglu. No. Jupan wouldn't have sent him. Jupan is a very, wear hot on my sleeve kind of character. And the sheer level of hatred for Honglu that he had, he wouldn't be satisfied with not killing Honglu himself. He would be utterly upset about someone else killing Honglu. He wouldn't have sent it. Think about it. Hooey, ain't that a threat? I can hardly taste the wine before such hostility. Despite Sod's dead serious warning, the Night Drifter's response was only a hearty chortle. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my two pupils are. Now give me a demonstration, if you will. Swing away. That's enough. But I was just getting started. Your form is flawed and your breathing is hollow. Need I see more? Flawed forms, odd and wide, flawed hearts. In other words, your martial art prowess is amateurish. What the heck? Is this guy serious? I've never had a single master who had anything bad to say about my form. Your arms are straight, and your legs supporting your stance are solid and sturdy. Indeed, most masters would not bother themselves to find fault there. But let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupil, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? Huh? There is no more to this than raw strength. Now, take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it. Kajachun takes a powerful swing at the knife drifter. Your mind outpaces your body. Your intent more transparent than a glass globe. And your edge is dull, for it has very little heart for fiends. But he deftly weaves his way between her strikes, which fail to even touch the tip of his ragged cloak. You are far too eager to strike. Focus singularly on your opponent, with foes distributed unevenly across your body. So you will fail to cut and gain little hole as comeuppance. Then the Night Drifter pokes Kajachun's back with a twig. Everyone vying for the seat of the family hierarch has to go through it eventually. The first kill. Some say the earlier the better. Mine was when I was 13. Not too early, not too late. Just right. It's already been a few years since my foolish brother's locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard, he's bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live like that dumbass. Try to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go. Let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Anyway, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? It wasn't that bad this time, but what if they gave him a way worse potion next time? Poison next time. You know, young Master Boo won't accept your gift, my lady. No doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. So stupid. Zero interest in anything practical. Zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have. Just how? But my lady, it wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Now knowing how aware of dangers Hong Lu is, did he get poisoned on purpose to be bedridden in defiance to the elders? That's a good question. I will be honest. I do think that entire experience probably gave him a few suicidal thoughts. Like, let's be honest. Considering that people he cared for died and he was a part of that whole ordeal, maybe he felt survivor's guilt. And I wouldn't put it past him to just be like, I don't care about myself anymore. I don't care about anything. Right? That's a very reasonable outcome I can think of. I don't think this is so much in defiance to the elders. I think it's more so that he just... he was very self-destructive at that time. Not caring about himself or anything, for that matter. Some seek the state of anatta, the non-self, but what they seek is the path of Ashura, reserved for the likes of blade fiends. You must learn to let go of everything, except for self. What kind of life it is to live without stepping over others? Let it all go, the gazes, the precious, all of it. Instead, face yourself, and only yourself, and feel how light it all becomes. After some thought, Jichun's form visibly relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her pursed lips seemed to have found peace as well. She's got it. Well then, what should we do about you, my overconfident proud pupil? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky. If my memory haven't failed me yet, you were one of young Master Boo's underlings, correct? Underling. Yeah, however you want to call it, I guess. Sinclair replied with a resigned sigh. Just why do you think it was that you, specifically you, among his 12 underlings, were chosen to take this class alongside this young hierarch? Sinclair momentarily flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard by the stranger's sudden, pointed question, but he soon regained his composure and replied, Well, who else besides me would ever go along with these lesson plans? Don Quixote's going to ditch the classes out of boredom. Same goes for Ardia. Now to still try to take over the classes, not to mention what it would be like to have Heathcliff here, and... such a loquacious list of excuses. Struck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself, even less than what I have already learned about you? What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to break its shell in time will rot within its confines. Okay, that's such a big, like, fourth wall break. Like, okay, it is and it isn't. It is a very good metaphor, yes, but also the fact that the symbol of Sinclair is an egg that is wrapped in, like, thorns is a, yeah. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed to more like anxiety than confusion to me. Prepare yourself to flit away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss the opportunity. Then the night drifter giggled flippantly, and suddenly serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Been a while since I let myself babble on for so long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupil for that. Prepare to swing away. Oh. Reassuring that guy. Huge success in class, nice. Ooh. 24 in everything? Holy shit. Sinclair, stat gain G plus 7. And Marisol did fuck all. Marisol is a master now. Kajichun's apathetic response passive. Nice. Okay, so that master is actually a really good combo. I'm gonna send those 3 for this combo, see if this works. Huge success in class. 40 morale restored. Fuck around and find out. Oh, what a combo. I like it. Fuck around. Yeah, it is. My favorite by far. I will take the master again, and let's put Hongle, and I guess Rod and Dawn. Let's put in Dawn to level her up. She should be very close to master. Enemy of yesterday, friend of today. Makes sense. Ren plus 7, nice. Had a so-so time. Screw off game. Kajichun's adept evasion. Oh, we do this now. Great. Okay, midterm. And there's Japan. Damn. Am I glad I got my head screwed back on? It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the missed news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes in the recovery room sound very enticing. I really wish I was there to watch it all. Half the family heads getting arrested for no reason. For treason. Fuck. The seat of the family hierarchy going to some inexperienced kid from the Ka family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off, and how she's been branded as a traitor to her own blood. Oh. Oh, this is news. So, Bao Chai? All the entertainment in the world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? You didn't even show up to face at the regular assembly, so I doubt you've got any concern for the future of Hong Yuan. So, just what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun. Great. So we just gotta beat his ass because he's annoying. Yuan Chun is manipulating poor Bao Chai. Yeah, you know, the saddest part for me personally is that a lot of people really disliked Bao Chai. Like, you know, players and everything, just because, like, oh, she's fake or she's, like, actually mean in some way. But she's actually, like, a nice girl. She cared about Honglu. Like, she really did. And, yeah, now she's being completely screwed over. Come on, destroy his ass. Nice. Third turn win. Man's nothing without his fucking jars. Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last death. Stab me in the heart. Cut my limbs to ribbons. Listen, this duel's just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this to end. Now isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes and you're too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting their heads on a silver platter, and you're just gonna let them slink away with these scratches? Get your act together. Family hierarchy war is over, and I'm not going to kill someone just because they're being a bit uncooperative. Get real? Do you have any idea how long it'll take you to gain even a morsel of power by playing this fool's game? Hey, want to hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as the family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine. And hang my corpse by the entrance of that assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message. And station every single one of your Heisho packs between every pillar at the assembly hall. And if anyone dares to speak out against you, snap! Chop off their head before they can get another word out. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as the hierarch. Fear is power. No, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm here to make Hong Yuan a place where its people can live without fear. I thought you of all people might understand. I remember how you used to hate hurting people. more so than anyone else. We've been told he used to hate violence, goes to show how much the resuscitation procedure can break away the mind. It's not just the resuscitation stuff, because I feel like he got mind fucked just normally. Because if you remember, there was that moment where he essentially came to Hong Lu being like, please help me, I'm afraid, I don't want to fight, I'm blah blah, all of that. And he didn't get that help from someone who he essentially viewed as a friend. And I feel like as a kid, that is a big betrayal. And even without the whole dying thing, you will start seeing the world in a much more violent light. Man, what a boring answer. That was duller than even my dullest expectations. It'll only last a few years until you break. Until you become just like them. Just like the family hierarchs of the past who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. Just how many people here do you think still have any grip on their sanity? Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming an idiot shuffling aimlessly around Deng Yuan. Deng Yuan. Gotta pronounce it right, goddammit. I can only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. If something entertaining is gonna happen, I can only hope that it happens while I'm still sane. Japan sauntered away, but Kashishun found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You have passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You've certainly crushed them for underestimating you. I am... My lady? Kashishun seemed deeply engrossed in thoughts. Yeah, I mean, some things you can just really get away from. Oh, her morale is at awful. Awful. Music, what happened to music again? I know that this is a mandatory class, but I'm trying to figure out. Quick question. This sleep off class, and also what Bao Chai said about making him more obedient, who knows what they did between each time he died. Yeah, I mean, we've seen what happened to Jiren. I'm quite sad about Jiren. Quick question. Will this slightly refill her morale? Or is it going to fully refill her morale? It recovers the morale to 100. Thank you. Holy shit, thank you. Okay. So now I can just take these two on. Even though that's a bit too much red. Let's go like that, yeah. My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. It's all useless, isn't it? Jichun? When these classes end and you guys all leave, I guess I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin could pop out of nowhere and kill me at any moment. Consumed by so much paranoia and worry that I'll start twitching at shadows cast from lamplights. So would it mean anything for me to, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I've spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch, and now I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it. To those bastards whose only thought in their empty heads is how they can expand their rooms. Mr. Wei, have you ever heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky? Is that a euphemism for eliminating your enemies? Well, I've rarely done it back when I was in school, but when there's too much going on in your head, you just skip school and go out to play. Oh. And I've only done it once myself, after a friend talked me into it. I agree. It seems that the time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well, let us play. Just one hooky. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? I gotta have those bastards approval, don't I? She's in a really bad mood, huh? My lady, have you visited the backyard by the Luxury Hermitage as of late? No, but I know what happened there. They threw in a few dead bodies from the massacre a decade ago, turned the pond foul, and decided to bury the whole thing. Indeed, they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that corpses and animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface, eventually turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their noses or risk passing out. So why even bring up something awful like that? It seems that a tree had taken root there, my lady, amidst all that rot. A willow. The willow tree reached deep into that pond with its roots, clearing it of its foul grease, cleansing the water. And one day we found it clear and glittering, thriving, with other aquatic plants growing within. It's recovered from the rot, becoming a normal, clear pond, surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago, they introduced a few carps in there, and when they checked again, they were just as vivacious as they were on their first day there. Would you like to pay a pond a visit, if it's alright with you? Jichun didn't seem to quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. I see the metaphor he's going for. Deng Yuan Yuan is the pond, and Jichun is the willow. Feet! We got feet! Cops. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Cops. You weren't kidding. I wanted this place for so long. Shijichun in water. Good. I never thought it could be this clean again. I can hardly believe this pond used to be a rotten bog. All what happened was this tree happened to take root here? What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind then, as I was quite swamped with work, but that fin is not from a normal fish. I mean, listen. It's fine. You don't know what kind of fish are in this universe. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's a carp. It's a goldfish. It's just a little goldfish. The world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow, as long as there is a steady root to rally around. After a long break that seemed to freshen even our hearts. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes, I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had some change of heart too. You know, here's the thing. I'm starting to build theories in my head. What's just legit? Hear me out. What are the chances that Angela is behind Limbus Company? Like the entire thing. Just realistically, what are the chances? Wouldn't it make sense? We are doing something good, we're trying to improve the world. And, well, we're not doing it in the most clean ways, but we're trying to leave a lasting good impact. Sounds to me like a good idea. Not that big. Unless we involve Arun, a spoiler character, in the mix. Spoiler character. Like Roland? I'm actually don't say it. Roland is about the only character I know, and only from like a bunch of fan stuff. But I mean, the gold, a very late game spoiler. Now we'll see. I will play Rune eventually. Believe me, I will beat the lobotomy. I just I cannot bring myself to actually go through the fucking hell gauntlet. Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. Nice. Morale, maximum. Gained an understanding of how I could break the enemy morale. Hongler. Aha. So Hongler is giving out a morale thingy. Wait, which combos do I have again? I need to put in Ishmael. And then I need to... Who do I put again? I mean, Hongler. Let's go with a Hongler. Right, class. Here's a new task to help you lot learn how to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost, so don't. It don't matter how many there are or how threatening they look, yeah? Take me for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop, no matter what enemy we were put up against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world you can't solve by bloody rushing in head first. Ishmael and Autus would boldly rushed in head first to shake him by his lapels if I'd been here. Here's what I think. Neither of you got enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say shite against those buggers back at the assembly hall, am I right? Kajitshun maintained her silence, the old scout and her pride growing sore again. So, let me help you lot grow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. No need to shrink, lad. Stand proud. Okay, well, but how could I... Don't worry about offending me, eh? I can take it. Unlike you two, I've built up enough thick skin for all kinds of insults thanks to my years in the backstreets. I'm bloody invincible. Yeah, well shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks, and all you're doing up there is standing around and trying to look cool. Oh, that one's gotta sting a little. That's it, you little shite, is what I would have said back in the day. And I probably would have struck you with this hammer. I mean, my club. But I've changed too. And so did you. I can see that fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now, let's practice. And looks like both of you have the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, the both of you. You mean us, me and Jijun? I grew my backbone by getting into fisticuffs with the boys during the backstreets days. They break my arm, I break their legs in return. See what I mean? Is that what besties is supposed to mean? Kajitshun asked with considerable confusion. Well, let's do this, I guess? You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't. Oh, is this gonna be a fight? Oh shit. Eat my ass, Sinclair. I'm beating you up.
알고 있는 걸 전부 말해. 봉황이 날개처럼. 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다보네.
If you're able to stagger him without being him, he gets special stuff too.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Stagger him without beating him? How the fuck would you even do that? Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, lad. That was much closer than I thought. Good match. Jeez, don't most people usually lose steam the longer the fight gets? What the heck was that at the end? The two of them clashed with everything they learned, and with all they learned up until the lessons began. I thought for sure that Kajachun would come out on top without breaking a sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity, and the tough training Kajachun had as a family hire candidate, but perhaps thanks to the Night Drifter's teachings, or thanks to that mark on his forehead, the next turn, if the battle didn't end, he gets the mark buff, and does a 4 unbreakable skill coin. Oh. Or thanks to that mark on his forehead. Gotcha. I saw a glimpse of Sinclair I'd only seen in select few mirror worlds. You alright, Sinclair? Yeah, it's not like we were going at it with real weapons, and the fight ended before it got any further, thankfully, so I'm not hurting anything. I'm feeling a bit of a fever on my forehead, though. It didn't seem like Sinclair noticed the single, yet clear red line that appeared on his forehead. It's not like anything bad happened when that marking manifested back in La Mancha land, but considering that Damien and Rim were the only other people who'd ever shown that mark, I couldn't help but worry a little. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Where's this coming from? Going by the way you're acting. It's clear to me that you're a homebody, but there's something behind your eyes that tells me that your life hasn't been sunshine and rainbows. He's starting to get the mark of Cain more permanently. Yeah, he's like manifesting it more and more. I wouldn't be surprised if by the second canto of Sinclair, he's going to have like a mark as a permanent addition to his sprite. I wouldn't call it running away from home, it's more like I left home. Because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face the whole terrible world all on my own. And that was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. You've been on top of your game your whole life, after all. I did live Dang Yuan Yuan by my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something I never told Wei, I felt unutterably lost. There was so much that I had to do, so much responsibility. Guess neither of us were that ready for the world when we left home. I feel just as lost back home, though. And Nurse Heathcliff, too. He also left home, some time ago, and paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. You have no idea how much of the journey back he spent gussying up and primping his hair. Oh, this is the shit that gets Sinclair Heathcliff going. You said you developed thick skin, lad. What's up? Something just came up. Class dismissed. Oh. Oh. It's like that, huh? Come on, Hongler. Are you done yet? Now you're mastered as well. Okay. How to survive and my bestie and arrival passive. I have a feeling I gotta upgrade these 3. Day 27, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to actually get where I need to go with this. Fuck. Okay, G. I need a lot of blue. I need a lot of fucking blue. Was there a Autis Faust combo? Okay, I'm gonna put Autis Ishmael Faust. Autis Ishmael Faust. To restore the morale and all that. Yep. Stat gain, Ren +4. Haraga Hong Yuan passive improved. Okay, blue and red is what I need. Hongler. Yeah, that is the good enemy of yesterday. I think the enemy one gives some stats. This is going to be a sucky one. Fuck. Now I cannot pick Honglu. I have to go with... I have to go Marisol and Faust. So, are you going to teach us any techniques? It's only been a few days since your training began yet. My other martial arts masters would teach me their secret techniques. So that's what got you 2 pound an old lesson. Ooh-wee. Now that's some good wine. Very well, I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swing your sticks? Relax. Forget all those things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. A slight friction from the tips of your toes, the ruffle of your clothes, your breaths. Erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. Night Drifter stands up before us, but his presence becomes as hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget the weapons in your hands, forget the structured forms. Break the mold, become the flow, let your only will remain. Randomness seeps into his movements until all semblance of pattern becomes lost. There was something clownish about his unpredictable movements, but they were also so hypnotic and floaty that Kajachun and Sinclair couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force the direction of your heart. Empty your desires and intentions both. Step without thinking. Penetrate without gazing. Both Jichun and Sinclair necks were marked by small imprints of the twig that pressed their skin. And Zilu, who had been standing next to me all along, had leaped a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. And my neck hurts too. Guess I wasn't spared from the lesson. I wonder if it fits that saying Yisang utters from time to time, to lose one's nose with eyes open. Immerse yourselves. Make sure your descent is slow and gradual. We've been focusing entirely on the self with your swings thus far, so you should find it quite easy to reach the state of emptiness of mind. Didn't I just say that one must take it slowly and gradually? To empty your mind already? I'd have taught you my everything had you entered onto my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No, wait, I need to relax more. So, our new hierarch has found herself the clue to the emptiness of form. What technique is this? It's all just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give them those flashy names. A truly secret technique should come without one. Phew. Well, it's still supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? Well, in that case, oh yeah, that's some good one indeed. I guess I'll go with something like Plastered Sleep Unrestrained Ripples. That name sucks. The class comes to an end with an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Zilu, who'd been observing the class from a distance, approaches the Night Drifter. Been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this, starting from its very fundamentals. Hardly can one find a pupil willing to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancements, like the Veil. I'm only fortunate enough to have found 2 pupils who are indeed willing. Your gate, your tome. Were you among the 10 Blades of the East? Now, it seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't quite recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. So, the answer he gave is yes. Gotcha. The past is like smoke. I've long emptied any history worth delving into. Class over. Okay, one more day and I got 800 stuff. Well, actually, I might just get it now. Yeah, okay, cool. I got 800 on all of them. Easy. Not even fucking close. Now, I'd like to know what I did, and what I get from this. Still need, with Ren Fujitune. Oh. I mean, no, right, that was Sinclair's one. I mean, it's still one more day. She'll get enough Ren, regardless. It's fine. I'm just gonna spoil them with some morale boosts. Take acts. Huge success in next class. Plus 50%. Ooh, this is a biggie. Flawless class. And reissues a master. Nice. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I can suddenly teach you guys to hear the fathoms of other people's hearts. Yeah, it's not like we can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? And that is precisely why I have installed this box called Messages from the Hearts by the door here when the lessons first began. Messages from the Hearts? The greatest strength of Messages from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here, people can anonymously share the concerns that have been eating away at them without the fear of judgment. Yeah, this seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone could be more honest about their feelings behind the mask of anonymity. The box is quite heavy. It seems that everyone's been making quite the liberal use of it. Let's see. This one on the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Oi, I've got to ask, do those consultations even do anything? Does this mask of anonymity even do anything? Uh-huh. Also, what's the point of these messages anyway? You got to whinge at their face. Well, I ain't got much else to say, so I've got one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night, so do something about it, yeah? Something about a smoking head over and over again. The point is, it's been getting on my nerves. If that doesn't get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it in my own way. Deal with it how? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares harrow the executive manager with such useless, weak-minded complaints? Kinda hard to make it anonymous when their way of saying stuff is so unique. Yeah, when you are trying to be a very... Well, everyone has a very unique personality, right? The only reason why sometimes people can be considered similar to each other is that just you're not given enough of a sampling size, you know? People are very different, and Limbus Company, it feels like they just specifically picked people that are contrasting each other in so many ways that they would be very unique. If you're going to continue wasting executive managers' precious time and cause them trouble, I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best prepare yourself for consequences. Wow, it's like she's right here, speaking right into my ear. Never thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? I've got proof too. I folded that piece of paper up into a paddock knot shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty bad job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing. My compass disappeared. It's the compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Belmont trenches. We're going to have to re-establish some house rules soon. A theft report? Did one of you steal her compass or something? Nah, no way. Would never steal from each other, no matter how hard things get. Something troubles me. Now finally, someone finally submitted a real concern here. Was it the type A wire that caused the explosion, or was it caused by replacing the clamp pot from the shattering gear? Ah, the likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourself with this message. Suspiciously compass-shaped C. Hey, technically she said that I was her compass now. She said that I was her compass, so I don't want to... What do you mean, Ishmael? I'm right here, darling. Well, that's that, I guess. Look, I felt like I should really share this with anyone. This one might be something serious for once. I can't just let this slip away like nothing happened, you know? You know is Rodia. Yep. Yeah, I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Memphis some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping? No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? Ah. So you're going to have to bring me up to speed on this. Yeah, I don't know exactly when this was, but there was a loud shattering noise outside at night, so we all ran out to see what happened. But no one managed to find any credible clue, so I guess we just let it slide. Anywho, Dante said they were A-okay, so we just moved on from it, but I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bog arm. So here's my guess. What if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with one hand? You know what I mean? I'm trusting the anonymity thingy on this. Gregor, he wouldn't. The alarm clock, broken due to shock at the time of the incident, was pointing precisely at 22:32. And at that hour, only 2 individuals were awake for the night watch duty. Guys, this is turning into like a whole investigation. Around 22, one of the 2 individuals who were on the night watch duty was... Yeah, Miss Faust was one of them. Hey, Dante, didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Now that I think back on it, I did have a talk with Faust that day, briefly. Faust made a few criticisms on my command style, and she was right, but I pretended not to hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Faust actually held a grudge against me for that. So, fellas, I don't think anyone noticed this, but I noticed a dusting of cigarette ash near the shadow alarm clock. As you know, Manchbud, there's only two among us who smoke, but one of them stayed put in his own room. Know what I mean? There's a witness too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she will come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. I shall provide unto thee that I am no cowardly weaver of lies. In truth, among numerous cosplays I had wished to accomplish was the duo of Captain Scorps and the One-Eyed Navigator. To explain the lore of Captain Scorps, the tale... Oh my fucking god, Don. After a very long read, alas, the possibility of procuring a scorpion arm proved more dubious than one could have expected. Thus, I did convince young Gregor to join forces with me to cosplay together and capture our glorious forms in photographs. Though 'twas a pity he had no pipe, only a cigarette between his teeth, and young Ishmael Compass was to be the captain's trinket. For that purpose I had briefly borrowed it from her. Oh, woe is me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna, another prop, and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. Despite my best efforts to restore it, the tuna aroma lingers still. I beg thy forgiveness, Manager Esquire. Well, at least now we know who took Ishmael's compass. Frustrating. TC. This clock. Is this like a code? Sinclair, translation please. Yeah, trying to pass that from written text is usually way harder. I normally try to read the speaker's tone and the general context of the words, so unfortunately the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually going to try and find the culprit? The nausea bubbled inside me like I'd just been reminded of the persistent itch I'd managed to forget. It's like someone shoved a tuning fork in my head. Guys? Alright, that's it. Clockhead, read up. I'm going to confront the sod and tell him to tell like it is if there is something bugging him, instead of ringing in his sleep. Now, where is he? Hey, nice, Heath. I mean, he looks like this anonymous person is trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante? Very well. 'Tis I, the sinner first in the order. Motherfucker, it's supposed to be... it's supposed to be anonymous. What do you mean, sinner first in order? So just ye sang. Apologies are in order. Ever since the incident, I could hardly lull myself to restful sleep. In truth, it was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. To explain this, one must first explore the sentence cuts off, as this part of the paper has been torn off. Worry not about what exists no longer. I will not embark on a multi-eloquent ascribing of excuses. He's aware his way of writing is much too recognizable. I mean, everyone else at least pretended. I write before you in shame and express my willingness to accept any punishment you see fit to dole out. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. I can't believe the culprit was the sinner. Good thing he fessed up, but doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? What if he's just trying to take the heat? But it seems to me that the number one sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's best we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh, hello, Dante. I was taking a walk near here when I found a piece of paper somebody tore off, so I'm returning it here. Hope it finds its way to the original writer. Thus returns the number one sinner's paper. This has to be the key to resolving the case. I hurriedly unfurled the paper, the truth of what transpired. You will find yourself wondering if that crackling fire-like thing on top of the manager's head is hot like real fire, or if it would not give off any heat. Curious, right? Don't worry about it, Yisang. It's not like we have any other way to tell other than touching it ourselves. Indeed. Unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. They're asleep. Must have been pretty tired. Indeed, the ticking noise has shrunk in volume. It seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were just to quickly check while the manager's asleep? Perhaps the sound of phlegm sinking past my gullet makes far too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. He sang? The alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off. You have a minute at most. I shall interface with the timepiece. Look at you rats, playing a played-out prank. Ah! And that is indeed the full tale of what has transpired. Under the lens of the hindsight's illumination, it would almost appear that I am making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easy on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of culpability myself. And that's where it ends. The culprit was right under our noses the entire time. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but Countess was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit that I couldn't bring myself to, can't deny that. Tell you truth in time. To tell you another truth, I think I might have an idea as to why I've been made a student alongside Ms. Jichun. There must have been something that the company was expecting from me, but it's just not showing up, so they must be making me take these classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their own issues and slowly overcoming them, while I'm still here, feeling like I'm stagnating in place. They've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know. I just get the feeling that the ship must have sailed for me already. It was clear to me that Sinclair wasn't just talking about physical training or his combat prowess. It's about something that more than half the sinners had faced and were facing at this point, about his past and the path that lies ahead, the guilt and the pressure of having failed to confront it. It was never going to be easy for him to let go. I don't think anyone's got the perfect idea of how the whole trajectory of their lives is going to be, so Roddy and Sinclair have the same feeling of being left behind. To be fair, Sinclair, Greg, and Rodia never really got full resolutions to their stories. Sinclair got more resolution to his story than anyone else, but yeah, I can see why Rodia would be kind of similar. That's why we're all in this bus, isn't it? You can just shout at me to get my act together, like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will, if I have to. Whatever that was, you guys managed to talk it out, huh? All I heard was that ticking noise. Sorry about that. What Dante said was, hey, don't bother. I just needed a quick glance at that look on your face to feel that tick-tock with my heart. She likes my TikToks. That's a comment you make about a fucking e-girl. She likes my TikToks. Fuck off. Thus the curious case of the alarm clock came to an end. So what do you guys think Ryushu was trying to say? Two culprits. A guy with 90 nightmares and my translator. I see. Sinclair and I sat there for a moment, absorbing the awkward silence. Okay, we have one more day. So... And I cannot give Rodia another one. Fuck. Well, I don't know. Well, let's try to find some interesting combos or something. These... No, that was already an upgrade. These... I don't know, maybe something between them combines. What it needs is kindness. Would you look at that? I actually nailed it. And Rodia leveled up. Courage to confront. Yeah, I got that too. Holy shit, my Ren almost maxed out. Finally. The 30 days of lessons were completed, and the day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came out to bid good luck to Kajachun on her way to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will be able to complete this final exam just as excellently as you have all others. It is most likely you won't be facing off against a skilled foe. It is most likely that you will be facing against a skilled foe from the Zhu or Shi family. Of course, you will doubtless wipe the floor with them. I have taught you all that I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. There's a way to max out the stats, but it doesn't let the classes to be leveled up to the max. Oh. So it's like either you level up all of the classes or you get all of the stats up. I getcha. Because you probably have to use a very specific combo that boosts the stats. I get it. You got this, Jichin. Guys, you really didn't have to come all out here to see me off. Still, I have undying faith that you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, Zhigong and I have also prepared about 21 alternative solutions in case things go awry. So please, don't worry yourself too much. Do you have faith in me or not? Upon our return to the classroom, we were greeted by an unexpected guest. Oh, hey, Bao Chai. Must be very nice to be Jichun, to have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. It had been a while since we lost our Bao Chai, which was during the regular assembly. What are you doing here, Big Sis Bao Chai? I couldn't stop myself from paying you a visit out of pity. If only Jichun and Bayu both smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. Big Sis, please stop talking to me like that. I didn't know you could even say such a thing. Boo. It has always been this way. If a fruit has fully ripened, we have to seize it and taste the juices before anyone else. We can't just let go. We can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't, my parents couldn't, but you, who was born and raised in the very same soil we were, how do you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my eyes as the days go by fills me with abundance. I'm only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking for more or less. But how could one do nothing but watch when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, Big Sis? I want to be closer, that my hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who had sent you that guest lecturer? Jichun's palanquin isn't headed to the exam site, is it? No, it's not. It's heading to Big Sis Yunchun's exam site. Blasted scoundrels. I must hasten after the palanquin before I lose track of them. We sprinted outside, even before Bao Chai finished. A trap, huh? Fellas, shouldn't we also get going? Calm yourselves for a moment. Jigong swiftly came between us, clearly having taken a gauge of the situation. It has been too long since the palanquin has departed. It is best to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency. Though, a beast seems to have chosen the latter. I think I heard a faint sound of hooves coming from the direction Jigong was glancing in, so this is what you've chosen. Yes, the exams she's taken thus far were, well, meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart, as you have decided to follow yours. Bao Chai smiled sweetly. So now, what fragrance do you smell from me? I smell nothing. Bao Chai left the room wordlessly upon hearing that reply. So she went from the bitch that stinks good to the one that took a shower. Great. And all of fucking that. And all I got is just Jichun's info skill. Do I have the passive for Rodia? That was one single stage. What the fuck? God of Gamblers. Okay, so yes, she got that. On a clash win without losing any coins, regardless of whether they hit or not, if every coin flipped by that skill down to the final coin flipped heads, the final coin deals more damage. Ooh, that's actually insane. How long is the rest of this? Because I'll be honest, I've been up for 4 hours doing this. Like, maybe I should just save this for the next stream, kind of deal, you know? Check the missions, by the way. Missions. Achievements. This one's. Well. There we go. To 800, to 800, to 800. Discover 15 combos. Nice. Well, I did it all. Somehow. I don't remember how many battles, but there's 2 boss fights. But, like, I'm not talking about that, just like, if I keep just reading everything out loud and everything, how, time-wise, how long would it take me from this point on? If it's like half an hour, sure, maybe I can push it, but I'm kind of tired, and I'm starting to slur my words a lot more than I would like. Not entirely sure. You know what? I'm probably gonna just save it for another day then. Tomorrow is reset. Like, if I start streaming, it would be reset and maintenance. So, tomorrow I'm not gonna be streaming Limbus. I'm probably gonna be streaming something else. Not sure what yet. Probably Metal Gear, maybe again. Yeah. But next time I stream after that, I'm going to finish the intervallo, and I'm gonna do a mirror dungeon. Probably that extreme run. I'm gonna make it a long stream, yeah? Sounds good? Because it's already kind of morning here, and yeah. And I still cannot buy the fucking Sinclair yet. Yeah, good plan. You get me. That's good. Oh. I cannot even do like my daily pulls because I'm out of the paid lunacy. Well, yeah. I think I'm gonna be going. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for chatting. And yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. You enjoy whatever it is that you're gonna be enjoying. Bed, morning, day, whatever. And I'll see you tomorrow, probably. Hopefully. Okay. Bye bye.